haven't allocated the funds to the projects. So one of the questions I asked Indian Health Service was, are those funds subjected to your policies that are currently in place? And did Congress waive any of those policies? And she said, yes. They said, yes, it's subjected to the current policy and no other policy have been waived by Congress. So in light, if a water line extension requires a right-of-way, you need to meet that 4 homes per mile. If you don't meet that 4 homes per mile, it creates a health risk, health issue of stagnated water to develop in those water lines. The aspect of the engineering portion, I wonder how much work that the Navajo Nation Water Resource Department work on this to try to provide us those numbers. The other is, are these projects in the current IHS SDS listing? And if they are, maybe we could have a conversation with Indian Health Service to see which projects are in there, ranging from 1B, A, B, 2A, 2B, all the way down to 8. Yeah, because if you have Indian Health Service that's in this fund this project, and the numbers are high on the SDS, and you know it's going to get funded, we should take it off of here. So therefore, I want to move to table this legislation to have that conversation with Indian Health Service to address these issues. So that's going to be my motion, and reserve my time.
Honorable Aroso, your tabling motion is for what's the duration? And on top of the duration, are you stating that there needs to be a work session with IHS?
Speaker, just to come back to think about it, I'm gonna withdraw my tabling motion and see what the answers are. And based off of that, I will cast my vote, because the feasibility is something that is a lot on my mind on projects, and these are one of the projects that feasibility really needs to be looked at. Thank you very much.
That continuing on down, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to further response from the sponsor. Madam Chair Crotty, the floor is yours again.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that, and I appreciate Delegate Elmer Begay's request for CEJASIN approved and permanent trust fund interest 5-year projects. If, as our advisor, Ms. Nakai, if you can put that and arrange the next meeting, and that's helpful in terms of understanding what is the progress of those projects. So we do have the controller's financial project or financial progress, but it sounds like Shania is asking in what stage of development are these projects. So we'll work on that together with the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Chair Charles Newton, let me clarify my statements. So some of these projects were on legislation 0257-21. That's the legislation that did not receive enough votes. And so that's where my comments, that was the origin of my comments, that some of these projects were on that listing. I did receive the legislation late last night, legislation 0086-21. It wasn't until this morning I was able to completely download this 496-page document. And so I would need time, or if I could get the assistance, I'm not sure if any of these projects are on that current legislation 086-22. So I do need to review that. The other area, Speaker, in terms of equity, and I appreciate that observation, in reviewing the Sehasin resolution, and this is a little bit of history, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, do you remember they had a Sehasin subcommittee group? Yeah. Sehasin was hard to get access to funding. I agree, if this council can review or revisit that enabling Sehasin legislation from the 22nd council and add in a provision on equity, and that we're able to do the groundwork and see how Sehasin has been used in the past, because also in the legislation council passed last summer, there was language in there that provided reimbursement of Sehasin dollars with ARPA. And that can also be provided to the council. I believe, Speaker, we should have a dashboard, and all delegates should know where there's funding available for Navajo Nation and how that is coming down the pipeline, because then they can see how their community-based projects or projects that they'll need to work with their congressional staff in getting additional funding and resources to their communities. And as legislators and appropriators, that's our job. Our job is to find the money and to fund the projects. What we'll need the help of the executive department is to implement and project manage those projects. That comes on our laps as council delegates, but I would like to see more energy on understanding what funding is out there and how we can build up in an equitable way. I don't know at this point, and I could ask Legislative Council if that should be a directive, or we can commit to make a request for service and amend that original Sehasin enabling legislation. I think that was passed maybe 2013, 2014. Delegate Vice Chair So, thank you for the questions in review of these documents, and I'm going to defer to Water Resources. These are not SDS projects. There has been conversation on how IHS is going to utilize the funding that they receive from the federal government. My concern was how engaged or active was Navajo Nation during those tribal consultations. And so I will certainly always commit to engaging with our federal partners if there's funding that could be used to help assist the nation build up their water system. So I'm going to defer to Mr. John so he can enlighten this council more about the work with IHS and identify in terms of if these are how you would describe these pipelines, understanding that Vice Chair So has experience in this field. I want to make sure Mr. John answers his question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, Mr. Jason John, you on the line still?
Yes, Speaker.
No, I'll turn the floor over to you at this time.
Thank you. These projects are not on the IHS SDS list of projects. These are bulk water projects, bulk water delivery projects. They are not intended to have distribution directly to homes. They are going to be tied into strategic points on existing public water systems. Most of the time, they will be delivering water from the Navajo Gallup transmission line to a strategically placed water tank within these communities. So you're not going to find these projects on an IHS SDS listing for that reason. The other reason why they would not be on the IHS listing is that these projects, they're engineered differently. They contain water for domestic and home use. They also contain water for economic development. So the Indian Health Service projects, they have a much shorter planning horizon when they design water lines for in-home use. The Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project has a much longer planning horizon. That planning horizon was 40 years out. The IHS planning horizon is much shorter than that. In addition, the Indian Health Service typically plans for a per capita, per person water use rate of about 50 gallons per person per day. This project is looking to ramp up the per capita water use to 160 gallons per person per day. And that would include water for businesses, for schools, for government complexes, the municipal water supply, not just for it includes domestic use, but it also includes other uses of water in the project. In addition, because of the 40-year planning horizon, that included a growth rate, an annual growth rate of over 2.5% annual growth. So all of these things combined makes this project a very large project. The last time we did an analysis of water use on the Navajo Nation, it was over a decade ago, but at that time, all of the NTUA public water systems were producing and delivering about 12,000 acre feet across the Navajo Nation in 1 year. This project alone is being designed and constructed to convey or deliver over 35,000 or over 36,000 acre feet per year. So it's at least three times the amount of what the entire Navajo Nation uses. Of course, some of that water is going to the city of Gallup, but nonetheless, this project is very large, and because water is heavy, the lifts that are included, the pump stations, those have to be paid for through O&M. We are concerned about how the annual O&M is going to be paid. We've been having studies and discussions about these cost estimates for O&M. We've had these leadership meetings with the Resources and Development Committee over the past year on the O&M issue of this project. And what I'm getting at is there will be a lot of water available for economic development. But if economic development does not happen, then we may be in some trouble if we're going to rely only on in-home residents to pay for this delivery of water. We really need an economic strategy to make use of this water that will be available in several years throughout all of these communities. So that we have some time to have the Navajo Nation make it easier for businesses to grow in these corridors where the water is being delivered. But right now, it's still very difficult to establish businesses on the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, Madam Chair, Friday, does that conclude your response at this time?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I do have one more comment regarding how the council can strategize when it comes to either the additional O&M costs with these water pipeline projects for our community and economic development. There has been a review of or a report from Water Commission, and they have an economist report and recommending some development. We need to see that same energy for this water to put it into use and also to develop funding so it could sustain the system. Some of these communities like Sanasi, they are just under the legal limit of arsenic in their water, and that's caused by contamination. That's caused by systems that were designed to pump out water from the mountain and the community. And as we talk about climate change and drought, we also need time to allow that mountain, our Triskai Mountain, to be able to recover from the amount of water that comes our way. I do want to say, and why it's important for leadership to have this dashboard of funding pots that Navajo Nation has. If we could agree on a priority or one or two priorities, that we could put our energy in terms of how do we want to build up that economic development strategy when it comes to our water? What does that look like? How can we balance out the cost that it will take to maintain these water systems so that it's not filtered down to the consumer? It's not filtered down to our people who should not be burdened with these additional costs, but it should be their mother government thinking and planning and implementing. From the controller's report this year, we have approximately $20 million that is above the projected amount for our revenue. This council passed a 5-year permanent trust fund income plan. We have funding that is still available. If we could plan out how we want to move forward with a strategy, Speaker, and that's why we need experts in the room that deal with economic development, natural resources, water, and with the work of the oversight with RDC in their leadership discussions. And with this council, we can start building that up so that we give direction to Navajo Nation programs. Because when you're steering, Navajo Nation is not a rowing boat. We can't just pivot. This is a huge steam engine rolling down, and we need to give our systems enough time to pivot and start really prioritizing how they are going to move our nation forward when it comes to water. What's going to be the responsibility of the nation to provide that to our people, and how can we maximize the economic development that does not in the future contaminate or hurt our water, but we're using it, we're learning from our mistakes, and then we can provide this beautiful future that Delegate Daniels prayed about and spoke of in how we come together. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me go back to the floor. I do have two of our colleagues on the queue at this time. So Honorable Stewart, floor is yours. Then Honorable Daniels.
Good morning to the Speaker, all the colleagues, all the staff, and all the Navajo Nation for my request to be is to ask water management with these projects that were given even in the prior legislations. Are there personnel to carry out these projects? So the staff, the personnel that are going out to do these projects, how are they taken care of out there? How are the equipment? I'm asking these questions because it's been reported to us as RDC that the equipment is outdated and that there are staff that are staying in trailers that have no running water and that have no butane, propane for them to stay in all week. Yet they're being told to stay out at these projects and get them done. And that's why I'm asking, how is the personnel and then what are the projects at? Not only for this legislation, but also for the livestock as well. And earlier it was stated that during the beginning of this legislation, prior to the one that we're discussing now, the very first one for the water projects to go up towards the mountain, that it was going to be costly. While going this route is still costly. At least I think that with the other project that had gone towards the mountain first, it would have cut back the cost a little bit as far as getting it out to our community members that live on that side. And Madam Chair Adam Crotty just stated that recently, just a while ago, that the water is contaminated in various areas, or is the potential to be contaminated. So I'm sure those were discussed at the time as well. So why were those taken into consideration? And in listening to the discussion thus far, and Shadeja, Charles, where are we putting our people? And even Shima Carly, and we, even as council, we say that, where are we putting our people with funding and how we're going to use the funds? So with these questions, I'm asking, is the personnel going to do well taken care of? And it was already stated that not all of these are going to meet the road requirements, the right-of-way clearances. So, and based off of those, and then what Shafan stated, as far as meeting with IHS, what projects are going to be covered so from that side, as well from IHS, and including other chapters as well. And how are we going to work with that? And RDC did take a tour out there, and this was going straight through along 491, but no outlets to communities. It's just going by their homes. I don't really know what the previous leadership was thinking when they said, yes, we'll go all the way through with it, when it should have gone the other direction towards the mountain and then back down. At least then we would have had a flow of coming back down where it would be a natural flow. Korea, we have how many pumps along the way that are going to be pushing that water through? Those are some areas that I'm thinking about as we're talking about this legislation. I just want to express those. And I did say 2 days ago, I did have a question on this legislation, but Maria she answered that question for me already yesterday. So these are just my concerns on this legislation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. That we move on down. Honorable Reverend Daniels, floor is yours at this time.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. 24th Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Amber K. and Spot Crotty. Thank you for bringing this legislation before the council today. Connecting water across the Navajo Nation. one area that I want to speak on is this will be a question to water resources, water management branch, Mr. John Fiddle. We talk about the needs of our Navajo people at the local level, water, electricity, that egi, ben dazi no kudo e, I see kudo by kudo. There's a community in Utah, near Blanding, Utah. Adonana kudo she we da Delegate Charlene Sodo, Ayego Yahanat Zitide, advocating for this community kudo. The community that I'm talking about is Westwater community. I know that recently they got an appropriation for $500,000 out of another $200,000 from Utah Navajo Trust Fund. That area, that place right there, the Westwater community, is really in dire need of infrastructures. My question to Mr. John would be, what is the status in the area of water lines, connection to these the homes at Westwater community? I mean, it was back in 1986. That's when Navajo Nation bought the land from the BLM at that time. But before then, in the 1900s, people were living there. 120 acres, and there's other areas like that throughout on the outside of our Navajo Nation in New Mexico, in Arizona, at Mekedatu. So I don't know, on the Navajo Nation there's areas, there's homes without electricity, so water, water. But my question is on the Westwater community. Be a question to Mr. John. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Reserve time.
1 minute and 42 seconds on Daniels. That moving on down. Umba Yellow Hair. You there? Then I'll go back to the sponsor. On Yellow Hair.
Oh, hello. Yate. Yate, can you hear me, speaker?
Yes.
Okay, Yate, Samayaji Kodo, legislation that is sponsored, especially the water is very important. We need water, and everywhere in Navajo Nation, I need water for my people in Black Mesa. I've been storming this almost three years now. All I receive is a report from Jason John, the report, that's it. Nothing proper, especially IHS. I asked for money to work on this mini mill water line project. Their excuse is they're underfunding. That's their excuse. But I want to ask Mr. Jason John, with this water funds that's there, your program, Mr. Jason John, we'd like to have maybe develop positions that can help IHS in order to get some things done. All we do, we just talk, report, no progress. Time to do something. I've been saying this for the past 3 years. I want water for my people out there. We're suffering out there. Holding water for the past 40 years. And most of the people who wanted, they're all gone. Never got water for water line connections. I'd like to ask Mr. Jason John, can we develop money to revise the budget that were under your program to create some positions so IHS can run out there with an excuse. So we meeting with IHS and probably with the also mini mill water line project that's involved with IHS, and we need to do something. We just can't talk about it, man. It's embarrassing. Doing this, some excuse we have all the time. So I know there's some money also available. See what under the citizen fund or a permanent fund. There's a lot of money in the water line project. I think if you guys don't mind to ask for a controller to report that money on water project funds under the Navajo Nation. Thank you for the time. I'd like to request for me my time, Mr. Speaker. Yes, totally.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. What's the reserve time? With reserve time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Colleagues and everyone listening in, just a technical update. Our Facebook live feed is down. They're trying to fix that. They are working together with Facebook right now. It's not on our side, it's on their side. But we are still live on YouTube. So we're still running on YouTube. So again, if you're listening out there and you're wanting to stream the live feed, we are still running on YouTube. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty for a response, and then I'll go back to the floor. I don't have anybody in the queue. When I come back to the floor, if there's nobody, I'm going to go straight to the reserve time. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Delegate Stewart's observation and in terms of how in decisions of the past and how this council can just try to do the best we can to get water. If Mr. Jason John can answer my colleague's question, Delegate Stewart's question, Delegate Daniel, and Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. John, are you on the line?
Yes, I am here. I'm not sure if I heard a question from Delegate Stewart. I heard a concern about how the project is currently being built and how it could have been built. I'm not sure how to respond to that concern.
Okay, Mr. John, let me clarify. Delegate Stewart was also asking how the communities of Navajo are being considered with this waterline bulk extension project. If you could give him some insight, or where do we need to go to include those communities on the east side of the mountain, west side of the mountain, I apologize.
Yes, it is a lot easier to bring water into Navajo and potentially Crystal through Fort Defiance. But the only difficulty there is that we don't have the authorization to deliver water for use in Arizona. But if there's a way we could technically pass the water through Window Rock and through Fort Defiance to Navajo, that would be the easiest way to get water to Navajo and potentially Crystal in New Mexico. But like I said, the deliveries into Arizona are problematic at this time because of the water rights issues that concern that delivery into Arizona. Going on, to the water status in Utah for Westwater, there are a lot of meetings being held, and there are funding, looking at funding sources to develop the water system. We are aware that maybe I should step back a little bit and remind the leadership of the Department of Water Resources' role in water development. And it also concerns the roles of IHS and operators such as NTUA. It is the role of the Indian Health Service to design the water systems that take water directly to homes. All of the residents who don't have access to water, they file applications with the Indian Health Service to be put on a list of projects. Water Resources does not do that work. So anytime there is a need to deliver water to homes, we all go to the Indian Health Service for that information to understand what the need is and what information IHS has developed in terms of conceptual project design and cost estimates to deliver water to those homes. Those applications, they also contain information about the status of the home, the status of the electricity, or natural gas or propane gas used for the water heater, bathroom additions and things like that. That's all part of the application process. And Indian Health Service staff, when they have time, they go out and assess these homes to confirm the information on the application. In the case of Westwater, we did turn to IHS to understand what is happening up there in terms of the information that was available. They have an SDS project for Westwater, and that estimate was just over $2 million, but that estimate was a preliminary estimate, and that included getting water from the groundwater in that region. But what we found out was that the groundwater near Westwater may be difficult to obtain. So the plan over the last several months was to obtain water from the city of Blanding. And that's where, that's the direction that the group is headed, is that to try to work out an agreement to have water delivered from Blanding to Westwater. Those cost estimates have been developed. It is some of that funding, in my opinion, could still be paid by IHS. But at the same time, there are some funding sources that are going toward it. And it's not only the water infrastructure, but also when we talk about the water infrastructure, we also got to think about the wastewater systems for these houses and the septic systems, any upgrades that might be needed to the electrical systems or the bathroom additions. All of that has to be reconciled as part of the water delivery process to these homes. So the electrical side is being worked on by NTUA, the delivery of electrical line to be constructed is being worked on by NTUA in coordination with the city of Blanding. There is still a need for money for that Westwater project. There are other matters, formality matters about archaeological clearances and home site leases and things like that that the staff are working on in coordination with other programs. And all of that's moving forward, but there is still a need for funding. We have not confirmed if IHS is willing to pay for part of those projects, but it's my opinion that it would qualify for some IHS SDS funding. But at the same time, this has been a priority of President Nez. To that end, there is money included in the ARPA legislation that was publicized last night on the legislative branch website. So that's the current status, is that but there's a lot of technical meetings happening on a biweekly basis to get updates from all the different organizations and programs that are contributing to the Westwater effort. And moving on to the discussion about mini mills and the projects up on Black Mesa, I think that going back to what I discussed as the role of the Department of Water Resources, right now we are just the fiscal agent that is taking the Navajo Nation money and paying IHS to build mini mills. And the frustration there is that that the IHS, due to its lack of staffing and things like that, have there's been some delays in the planning, design, and construction of the mini mills water supply project. And it's my understanding that there's a need to turn the water on for phase one of that project. And there's a timeline to try to get that water turned on in the next couple of months. But I don't know the detail of the status of construction, because we are providing the money to IHS to build that system, and we do get reports from IHS on the status of it. But right now, there's not currently a lack of funding. It's just the difficulty in the progress of design and construction of that project. There are some minor things we need to think about right now, and one of those issues is that the water wells are Peabody operated water wells, and the water will be delivered to a meter from which NTUA would take the water for the mini mills project. Physically, there's not an issue with Peabody delivering that water to the metering point to go into the project, but I think that there are some outstanding things that have to be discussed now that Peabody is no longer mining coal, but they're in the reclamation mode. So we're trying to have those discussions with the Minerals Department and Peabody to talk about this agreement to deliver water to the mini mills project from the Peabody wells. Like I said, it's not a technical matter. It may be more of just more of a legal matter, just to make sure everything is in place that needs to be in order for the project to continue getting water from Peabody once it starts delivering water to phase one. The Department of Water Resources, as was briefly mentioned, before does have buildings that have been condemned and shut down by Navajo OSHA at the beginning of 2020, before the pandemic set in. We saw this coming for decades. We tried working with various leadership throughout the years to get another building, to get things renovated or updated. But at the end of the day, the consensus is not to improve buildings for staff. It's to build water lines for homes that don't have water. So we understand that that's the priority of leadership. And so right now, the water management branch staff don't have a building. Some of them have been able to move over to some open spaces that were created, small spaces in buildings that are also probably ready to be condemned. But you know, and some staff are telecommuting because that's a lot better for them at this time. It's really difficult for us to even think about hiring additional people because we currently have staff. There's just no physical space to put them at this current time. But you know, the work still got to be done, so we still continue to try to do the work, but without office space, because that currently is not something that's supported at this time. But we're always willing to accept any recommendations for other places to move or things like that. Thank you. That's it, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. John. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor again. I don't have anybody in the queue at this time, so let's say I go back to reserve time. And in reserve time, let me start off with Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Here, last speaker, based on DNT, classy, that's not saggy. For this legislation, I've been really thinking about my amendment, and I think I'll wait off on the amendment that's going to be forthcoming because NTOA doesn't have time to submit necessary documents to accommodate my amendment. So what I'd like to say is here on the legislation 0209-21. I reserve my time, Speaker, in case I need it.
Okay, with that, serve your time at 3 minutes and 24 seconds. That moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute 39 seconds.
Reserve time.
Waves it off. Reserve time. 1 minute 37.8 seconds. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. On reserve time, you have 2 minutes and 8 seconds, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and waive the rest of my time. I'm ready to vote on this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So, 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm gonna just indicate that, you know, this bulk water, extend tying into bulk water system is some that we need to look at, but we need to plan accordingly. So,
Time,
yeah, with that.
time. Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels, 1 minute, 42 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I don't know what Obama Scott will let go. Great for Westwater community, great south of Landing, Utah. There's a community. Actually, Hans thought that the Bacati Jan for Ecuador, Babana Scott, I don't know what additionally that's a way to delegate Charlene, so delegate Brown, the Ecuador. Yeah, and that's the Ecuador. I don't know what on the great Ashkodo, yeah, yes, Ecuador delegate yellow here. A great adequate come down on the great myself and Delegate Brown, we were invited to a meeting with Black Mesa United as in the great Mini Mills Waterline Project. I see and story as Hadan so as a mecha and Nikita. I see the kite or what I could Yana or Castle could. So he hands for the Kodabana or Scato, let's go on the great so check what you had. The quick delegate out of stock on the great bulk water project Neniki Yakodo. But we began our need for the whole Navajo Nation on the radar, like we did years back on the radar, water, wastewater, bulk expenditure plan out and how Ecuador. So began our nation for Ecuador. It is what I see, but the way for the great Black Mesa Kajakat and the Ecuador, the delegate yellow hair, the region, the Mini Mills Waterline, I just I don't know, in our case, and I didn't have a job, but in Ecuador, I see Yantan who can put on the great when we had that meeting with the Black Mesa United and also the Black Mesa Review Board. I just thought they were on the line as well. So it is for the Ecuador. Bye-bye. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair, on reserve time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The floor is yours.
Hello, yes, I'm speaker here.
Oh.
24 Navajo Council here, but here literally. I don't hear Honorable Daniel on here, no job, but that is I here. Up at all, Littleton, Lady, with 8 or the other by Navajo Nation Council called Jade Nepcard of 24 councilmen. That's that you don't hit it all. Okay, I don't hear the I saw the shit. Shout out at the Nesto. Kododo there are many more water projects. Girls, she responded to it and like hot audience. It was saying, I had no other store. They should update incident or for information. I don't, it's not answered in there. These are not in the not illusion as to be, it's not answered here. Cobanit in the out of a hill need or the talk here edition. I'd like to wait my time and ready to vote. Shumayaza, thanks for your great help. Let's do it. Thank you. I'd like to yield my time.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queues. I'm gonna go back to reserve time because there was no questions back to Madam Chair Crotty or her team or Mr. John. So with that, Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes and 24 seconds.
Here announcement and that a lot of the speaker Damon Doro and that and Lina Dean Baseman. Other class in the Snow Sagi, the concern now with IA 0209 -21 that's Suzuki. A cases these all a coupe has Sigi. Basically, according to that, and I don't know. These are NTUA Nishpito, Valeta, Yaliki, but not Kudati, Kubendo, the store, that 80 which I get ego, Bendo, a put up bench kid on the cash and Daba, couldn't say. I call Ahun told the player this leadership and Shayla.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That, moving on down. Che, Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute, 38 seconds.
Speaker, Hernando Lescudo. So Nidia's brother Yahatzi, some of the area, as you know, a lot of our chapters are overlapping as far as the community. Dig at mini meal Niniki at the last end of it. Some of the community members in the mini farms area just sato a projects. Eben na go dig at ani hit and then Niniki kwaki bakaichi. And so with other area, all my 5 chapters, I mean, again, earlier, opera funding, by Hanasito, by Yashti, each of the 5 chapters that I represent has plenty of waterline projects. I'm not sure why they're not part of it. And again, when we say SES, I mean, they only determine that are feasible. That's the key word, is it feasible? If not, they're off the list. And that's why we really can't just go by the SDS listing. So those are the bigger factors that I know that could may be similar to Ms. Crotty's legislation, that the central agency put a package together of water line. Kudo nidia bahao zit about water line projects sigid at eto ni hot ago sa hajo la the redevelopment ya that ya eto listen so hot ego kudo she bahanana sito list as far as water line. I don't have the problem supporting the legislation. So again hot I kudo bahasito speaker yeah.
Thank you, Keon Begay. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else with reserved time. Everybody in the queue, are we ready to vote on legislation 0209-21? There's no other comments or questions. Chairman Nez.
Speaker Damon,
Yes.
Delegate Rick Nez.
We just got a text message, Chairman Nez. Floor is yours, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Crotty. Really appreciate the work that you do, Shemayaja, for all the missing, murdered Indigenous people. Your effort, your wholehearted effort. I should not hear him son, Nanish, Nedane, Yoin, Bajina, but on the Jabist. Thank you. The bench I did. I don't the corrosion and I don't think to Bishop Coho, but or nation and again hit the nail. I guess Annie. Oh, baby, Jan, how dear. Dean hit on us, Niki Gagan and Hines, Tom, Eben a chain in his person. A could all legislation under directives give a car. She has said shall be reimbursed. Neniki, Bahol Jesus, that she or probably get there, Hado, Nasto Bindo, Nasto Ero Dagota, a Hana nation or state. Added a she so Neniki, Hot a Hanehi, Bindo, Nashot. Pohogit a Hakodo, Shitlas Aro San Juan chapter biga, though she took this Lonsdo Arjigo. Shut up on the rain and Georgia. I don't know where to her to be got the A Hanaway Archo to her Chile, a car, Adia, what are the Nahat Aro already she took a tour of this waterline project. I subin his Nahas net out a nail in a Korani based on Zendo, Krope, Don, Shigishi, Dale, Edo, Lagobe, I saw Zish and Are Utah's Ardo Mini Mills water line no corrosion na Honorable Yellow Hair Aro Honorable Daniel CIST Shan nature and Arno Seniki as car nature out Aro Lebe Nas Be has seen hit a napa tobe but the Hoyeg ben additional now I see oh yet at the tobe at then. Asheda hodon Nate Hala Quichin Han Sagoshin Nasndi Ka. Do hot Eren Hadland Quichin Nahat Abe Nasi Ka. So the Zunshida Habit Sakro Honorable Daniels here, Bendan Hatchatan Zengi by Hinsando by Hilaego. So once I whatever Hadish, just I would like to waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one with reserved time. Ready to vote? Twice.
The chair, Speaker, Chair.
Yes. Honorable Eugene So.
I just want to make a little comment, the Chair.
Floor is yours,
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, got it? Okay. Right.
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Oh, yes,
Eugene
okay.
So.
Oh, yeah. The bar has been sure. That's a little comment in regards to the water line. Right, Charlie, I took my grandkids on the other side of the mountain to have a look see. So we were there and they look at those water lines over there. They got a hold of it, but that water line, there's two pipes now. I think one because Sunny actually hot Charlie. I couldn't take chance to love him that I'm a So my grandkids start talking about it. That's it. It's just so it's no, but it's close with the other another Nila. Now, tea is not old now. There's two of them. They're going to tell two waters. There's again another Nila. Oh, it's Nila, yes. One is hot and one is cold. So that's what I make my comment on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. That, if there's no other comments, questions, colleagues. On the main motion of legislation 0209-21 going twice.
Speaker.
Speaker,
Thomas Walker.
Vice Chair Walker, good afternoon, Vice Chair, floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, Speaker. Oh, good afternoon, colleagues of the 24th Council. Although the listening audience, our people, our relatives, our community members, our neighbors, and the public as well. Although everyone that's helping us during this session, our legislative staff, the attorneys, and everyone that's supporting the council do its work here. Although sponsor of the legislation goes from Mayaja, Honorable Crowdy, for putting forth this legislation, which prompts us to think about the high critical need for water, good, clean, safe water, usable water, drinking water or water for our farms or our livestock. So this discussion here, prompts us to go back to our districts, back to our communities, and sort of assess or analyze the need for water, and it makes us want to speak about, the subject of water development. Because we all know, we all agree that it takes resources to use that water, tremendous amount of resources to develop that water so we could use it, we could apply it, we could make it available across our homeland here. So it takes money to do this. I get that, I understand that, and the reason I would support this legislation, as we sit here, we have water line projects that are in progress, parts of our nation. Certainly the district that I represent, we do have the Loop Delcom water line project, and we continue to seek resources, financial resources to help us, fully complete that project. So I just wanted to mention that. That's why I'm saying if we go back to our districts, this reminds us of assessing and analyzing and looking at whether we have the resources or we need to continue to look for more funding for our projects if they're there, if they're in progress. So, on behalf of the communities I represent, Luke, Birch Springs, Tulani Lake, Cameron, and Coal Mine chapters out in western part of the Navajo Nation. But the water funding for water on this legislation, it's for an area. Those are our area. It's as much as our people, our community, as well as the delegates that specifically represent those areas. Speaker, thank you for this time. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Vice Walker. And colleagues, again, I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Speaker, Freeland.
There was no comments or questions back to sponsor. We ready to vote? Honorable Freeland?
Yes, Speaker, it's me.
Honorable Freeland, floor is yours. Are you wanting to speak?
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah.
Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, good afternoon from Lake Valley chapter. Thank you for this legislation, Honorable Karate. Just thinking about the importance of it, and my area is listed in this legislation. So we're very thankful, especially Telecommunications chapter. The Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project corridor and the reaches of the BBN 9. We're very thankful for this opportunity for water here in New Mexico and obtaining the water rights. Just historically, how this whole process played out politically. We're having a Republican and a Democrat join forces in Washington, D.C. Our two former U.S. senators, Pete Domenici and Jeff Bingaman, a Republican and a Democrat, coming together to work on this and gain the water rights for our Navajo people in New Mexico. And most recently, having that same opportunity be given to our people in Utah Navajo. Now we need to focus and turn our energy and all of our hard work to Arizona. And they deserve it as much as New Mexico and Utah as well, our people in Arizona side. So we are up for the fight for gaining water rights for our people in Arizona. We're up for that battle, and a good battle, of course. But, we just need to start concentrating on obtaining water rights for the Arizona side next. I just wanted to mention that, Speaker, and good afternoon to my colleagues. I'll be voting green on this, Mayaja. Thank you for this very important and opportune legislation for gaining or giving our water to our Navajo people here in New Mexico, and we're very thankful. Just think about historically how this all came about, where we were, where we are, and where we need to go now. So it is a process and a lot of work, and a lot of individuals were a part of this, starting from Congress, starting from the federal agencies, Bureau of Reclamation, and working our way down to the state side and working our way through the Navajo Nation. And thank you, Mr. John, you and Tarek. Thank you always for everything that you all do in helping us with water, and also to our consultant, Sauter Miller,
you know, they're awesome, and we really appreciate everything that they do for us out here in New Mexico. So, Eddie, Speaker, I just wanted to make my comments, and I'm ready to vote. So let's go ahead and do it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
I'll wait my time.
Colleagues, we go back to the floor again. I don't have anybody else in the queue. No one else with reserved time. Are we ready to vote on legislation 0209-21? Only twice. Only 3 times. It's not guy, second reading. Go to vote.
Thank you, Speaker. There is amendment 1 on page 5, line 17, insert new paragraph as follows. C, the Water Management Department with assistance of the Navajo Nation Washington office shall continue to seek additional federal funding to cover the 15 water projects contained herein, including but not limited to the recent infrastructure fund IIJAPL 117-58. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Speaker, that concludes the second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Takai. Colleagues, let's go to the board. On legislation 0209-21 with 1 amendment. On the main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Speaker Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
8.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bacrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince
Henyo votes
James.
green.
Honorable
Delegate James
Vince
votes green.
James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, it's not yet.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed.
Yellowhair votes green. Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much.
That, colleagues, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. And speaking out voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, let's continue on down to item number C under new business legislation 0003-22, sponsored by Arnold Stewart. Ms. Nakai, could you read that into the record?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0003-22, an act relating to resources and development, budget and finance, and etiquette committees and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $900,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Division of Economic Development / Tourism Department for personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of the UUFB for recurring expenses. This legislation has been read into the record. Per Navajo Nation rules of order, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. There are committee reports that are attached. Resources and Development Committee has a view pass with no amendments. And a vote tally sheet that's attached, as well as the Navajo Committee has a due pass and referred to the Navajo Nation Council. And there is a Navajo Nation Council committee report that states that the legislation was deleted off the agenda with a vote of 32 in favor, 0 opposed. And this was on January 26, 2022. Speaker.
Before I get a motion, Honorable Brown, are you on the line? Honorable Brown, we're confused on your text message. You're saying that you vote green on this legislation. Does that mean this legislation? 003-22?
It's on the water legislation that we were just debating.
Okay, with that, because I haven't received a motion on there. What is that, Bobby? Zota. On legislation 0209, did we get his vote? Yeah, I didn't get a motion on there, so I have not got a new motion, so I'm recognizing Nathaniel Brown's vote on Nathaniel Brown. So what
Okay,
is
thank
that
you,
now?
Speaker.
So now that changes the vote on legislation 0209-21 to 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, speaker not voting. That now, closing that out, is there a motion on legislation 0003-22 sponsored by Honorable Stewart at this time? Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Second by Honorable Edsonika. That, Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
Sila, Speaker, around the colleagues, 24th Nomination Council, other staff and committee on the Foyat A Nana Issuance Angita. Okay, Sila, Monday, yeah, they has the legislation 0003-22. Again, I defer back that is needs to navigate a quite a bit of the with Nana Sila, Speaker Damon. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That, colleagues, there's a request to refer this legislation back to the NAPKA committee. Motion by Honorable Slater to refer legislation 0003-22 back to NAPKA committee.
Second, Delegate Yellow here.
It doesn't need any time. Okay, with that, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. That, colleagues. Good board on referral motion. Motion is by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Second is by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair on the referral.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Wakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
So for $25 today, it's gonna be $200 plus tax.
Delegate Rick Nez, votes green.
$10 plus tax.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote on this.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair, votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 2 oppose, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, motion to refer legislation 0003-22 back to the Navajo Committee passes with 20 in favor, 2 opposed, and Speaker not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, let's continue on down. As we are on legislation 0016-22, sponsored by Honorable Freeland. That, Ms. Nakai, if you could read legislation 0016-22 into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 4th year 2022, introduced by Mark Freeland, prime sponsor, tracking number 0016-22, an action relating to resources and development and Navajo Committee and Navajo Nation Council, extending the time for the limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Protection Act in carrying out the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants and authorizing the president of the Navajo Nation to be the certifying tribal official to execute Form 7015.15 through September 30, 2025. There are attached committee reports from the Resources and Development Committee with a due pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet as well. The Navajo Committee has a committee report that states that the same that the legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council with a vote tally sheet. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 excused, 1 not voting. Mr. Speaker, and this has been electronically read into the record per Rule 9 of the Council Rules of Order.
Thank you very much. Pat? On legislation 0016-22. What was on legislation 0016-22, colleagues, sponsored by Honorable Freeland, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion by
Second, Daniel.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Second by
Motion.
Honorable Herman Daniels. That, colleagues, legislation 0016-22 passed 19-0 at Nabi. Any comments, questions? There's a question. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours, 20 minutes. As a sponsor, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, as a sponsor of legislation 0016-22, going twice. Honorable Freeland, as a sponsor of legislation 0016-22, going 3 times. That, colleagues, there's no sponsor legislation 0016-22. That legislation will go on to the next agenda. Moving on down, legislation 0045-22, sponsored by Vice Chair Walker, co-sponsored by Honorable Charlene. So, Ms. Nakai, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 4th year 2022, introduced by Thomas Walker Jr., prime sponsor, and co-sponsored by the Honorable Charlene. So, tracking number 0045-22, an act relating to resources and development, budget and finance and Navigatia committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council approving $4 million from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Litigation Unit to continue litigating and protecting the Navajo Nation's water rights, waiving 12 NC Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L. All of the documents that are referenced in legislation are attached, the exhibits, and then the Internet Public Review document has no comments. The Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment of their committee report. Vote tally sheet is also attached. From the Budget and Finance Committee, there's a committee report with a due pass with one amendment. Amendment 1 on page 5 at lines 8 through 11 make the following changes. This is clause O and B, existing language. Overstricken was asked for. New language has prepared. Existing language, a budget impact analysis pursuant to 12 NC Section 820M. Overstricken language is the last sentence in its entirety, and it reads, this analysis may be provided to the assigned committees and the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is up for consideration. OMB did indicate on the Section 164 review sheet that this funding request is sufficient. Exhibit 4, and then underscored language is Exhibit 6. 2, add as new Exhibit 6, the memorandum from Dominic Bial, Executive Director of OMB, dated February 10, 2022. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee as amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. So thereafter, you have attached the vote tally sheet from the Budget and Finance Committee, and then also Exhibit 6, which is the memo dated February 10, 2022 from the OMB. And then the Nabagiatia Committee report indicates that the legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council by a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed. And a vote tally sheet that is attached. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the reading.
Speaker Keelan, motion.
Thank you. With that, motion by Honorable Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Keelan Begay. That, colleagues, was this the vote?
17 in favor, 0 opposed.
Colleagues, there was a
Speaker
vote of
Damon.
17 in favor, 0 opposed at Napakeetik Committee.
Speaker Damon, sorry, just Delegate Freeland, I lost signal.
Honorable Freeland, we are on legislation 0045-22. When I went to your legislation 0016-22, I made numerous attempts to call on you. Unfortunately, you didn't respond. With that, Honorable Freeland, legislation 0016-22 is going to be on the next the next Navajo Nation Council session.
Okay, sorry, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. With that, colleagues, is there comments, questions on legislation 0045-22? Honorable Vice Chair Walker, there's questions. 20 minutes on the board. Vice Chair Walker?
Yeah, yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Okay. Speakers, all members of the council, my colleagues, again, the listening audience, everyone that's on the call, good afternoon. With this legislation, I do have agents from the DOJ's Water Rights Unit. Those agents are Michelle Brown Yazzie, Cecilia Thomas. If need be, council can go into executive session for Q&A, depending on what questions, type of questions there are. But the legislation, as the heading was read, basically, primarily, that's what it is. It's $4 million that would go to the water rights units of DOJ for them to use to continue to protect the valuable Navajo water resources. So in protecting, it has to be done legally with water rights unit, water rights in general. That's mostly it's legal. But even got the ahidi peso pa now dealing babaja na dealing yeah that this chudano ni ta hold the DOJ peso pan na chi sha na ka ko $2 million pa set aside na yeah that this to abeda initial list nasco chota de but the legislation the resource committee, resource and development committee, the BNF committee, the Nabagiati committee, it also a adipata anil sos lido baha zido and that EJ and anas when is what abella do lecture. Johata de da Ilias Linko, Chinanta, ko DJ Eko, Bishpans, and a Betato Nado, so Lana or lecture even yet. A Hota de Niche, but that's need or Lichnana. Again, the agents stand by for questions as well as providing other relevant information to the legislation speaker. So on my part, so again, thank you for taking this legislation during this council session. Your consideration, your support is greatly and most appreciated. It legislation. So back to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. With that, go to Honorable Vice Chair Smith, who is in the queue. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours at this time.
Okay, Speaker. Go to Bishmas Anna Dean Deed. Shutasi, that's no sign. Adoshanai for sponsoring this legislation 0045-22. Adoshama for co-sponsoring this legislation. Not deeded Chifiate. Go Shinai Kidigi A Hubby, the Salagi A, page 4 of 6. F. The Soki says to comply with mandate CMY-47-02. Ehone la yal nakidemilso. Eanaha yal and yepes endo nishigi. Cloud andok asaza bininaniki. According to the legislation here, it says that due to the increased legislation costs, the amount of the claim fund specifically reserved for payment to outside counsel and expert witness will soon be fully depleted in fiscal year 2022. So this now we 02 and 2002 CMY-4702. It looks like we may have to amend that at the time budget season comes to make sure that we have enough funding for the water rights litigation unit of the Navajo Department of Justice is requesting $4 million, and it seems like it's going to be a reoccurring amount. But right now, this legislation is requesting for $4 million. Fiscal year 2022 although the other one too, as I want to point out, was IHS has received the full amount for 5 years for their SDS projects. With that, of course, they need water. And if we don't have our water rights, Jason Johnny had a water rights, but Arizona portion Mark Freeland, he said that Arizona's Kadi. That's my question. I reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Vice Smith. 2 minutes and 38 seconds on reserve time. And colleagues, is there any other comments or questions? I have no one in the queue before I go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Other members of council, now although Honorable Smith, I think I would like to ask DOJ to respond to the question and comments, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker, would you like me to go ahead and respond now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I apologize. Yat e Shnant Ai. My name is Michelle Brown Yazi. I am the Assistant Attorney General for the Navajo Nation Water Rights Unit with DOJ. Tkachi Ninshla, Anahlana Bashishchin, Sinajanita Shiche, Anahlana Dashanala. I'm originally from Torion Chapter, located on Eastern Navajo. And thank you for this opportunity to present our supplemental funding request. And and also for the comments and the questions. So I also have online Cecilia Thomas, also from the Water Rights Unit. She's our administrative legal secretary. But to answer the question, as was cited, CMY-47-02 does establish the Water Rights Claim Fund. And in that fund that was established in 2002, it does state that the Water Rights Unit for Water Rights Litigation is to receive no less than $2 million a year. At this point in time, due to where we're at in our claims and even in our efforts of settlement, we are in need of additional funding, and that has been the case over time. It's not just this year. It's actually this is probably the third or fourth supplemental funding request. So yes, to answer the question, I agree that during the budget process or even before that, we do need to see how we can address the issue of the need for additional funds so that we don't have to go back to the council every year to ask for supplemental funding for the costs. We have a lot going on in the Water Rights Unit. We have several cases, litigation involving our water rights. We have implementation of settlement funds, and then we also have ongoing settlement discussions. Now, in accordance with BFJY-38-05, it is the resolution that approves the fund management plan for the Water Rights Claim Fund that was established by CMY 47-02. Under Section 4, there's a section of confidentiality, and it does state that there's a direct, in regards to this, our funding, there's a direct correlation to the legal rights and claims made by the Navajo Nation that are deemed confidential and subject to attorney-client privilege. So if the members of the council would like us to go into more detail in regards to this request that's before you today, we would ask that we go into executive session. Otherwise, I think that did answer the question. And last week we did receive word from Dana Bobroff that she would work with us to address the issues in the Water Rights Claim Fund, and if there is a need for any kind of amendments to that in order to address these increasing costs for litigation. I hope that answers your question, and thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, colleagues, we are experiencing technical difficulties here at the chambers, but we are still going to move forward. Hope you can hear me. There was a response from the Department of Justice. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, or no one that steps in. Honorable, Gene So, did you want me to go ahead and put you in the queue?
Oh, sure. Sure.
Well, Honorable Gene So, go ahead, the floor is yours at this time.
In regards to the water rights, I believe we have overlooked the most important part of the Navajo Nation. That was even collecting water, but they don't collect water no more across the Navajo Nation. In the valleys, they have water spreaders a mile, 2 mile apart, or 3, 4 mile apart within the valleys. I got a few of them all the way from Cottonwood into mini farms. Those spreaders supposed to keep water on the Navajo Nation. It also combined connected to an earthen dam, and that also put the water back into the water table. Started staying on the ground and going back into the ground, and that also helps the windmill to reach the water table with the pipe. So I believe that might be the part that was never been discussed on our rights of our water. If those things are still there, and USDA, NRCS, and the Farm Bill, it says that it can be funded. Anything that was already built to maintenance it. So in that line of thought, I don't wonder if you don't have to answer me if it's going to be a regular session, is that if those were included in there, because if we did include it in there, we would have had more buckets or barrels of water that will be litigating. That's how I see it. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. With that, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? There's none. Let me go back to reserve time, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 38 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker, and Navajo Nation Council, and also Shinai for this legislation. And thank you for the answer on the monies that is, this was 20 years ago that was set forth, and now we need to review that, increase the funding for the litigation and protecting the Navajo Nation's water rights, according to 12 NNC subsection 820E, F, and J, and L, that's governing the Navajo Nation. I'd just like to reflect back on what Department of Justice had provided us and how the Navajo Nation Council back in 1980s had set the precedents and put up division of our Department of Justice regarding litigation and protection, and we were paying out a lot of dollars out for attorneys that were firms outside the Navajo Nation. And with that, we have our own DOJ, and I appreciate the fact that DOJ is working diligently, even getting lawsuits and winning suits that are been pending, and appreciate their help on that. And I think that what this legislation is saying too is under page 4 of 6, it says, if such reserves are exhausted, Navajo Nation will no longer be able to litigate its water rights on its own, will be forced to rely on the United States as a trustee to protect the nation's interests. That's what we don't want to happen, because the United States also serves as a trustee for other tribes regarding commonly held water resources. So we need to have our DOJ fully funded. Reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve your time at 57 seconds. With that, go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, any response?
Yes, Speaker. So, members of council, as a question, I just get to the hands it's the Honorable Smith. I can't none. Conda, I just get the one today case John Lenko. So, Dan Sinti Yard a HOD in Squag, Beso. Achane Nalalan, Nijayat Chido, Chahil Kigi, Anse, Yaligi, Quachuin, Ego, Bedanil, Nadon, Kispohanetza, Hot Echo. Speaker, I also want to ask DOJ to also speak to this question and comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I didn't. I would need clarification on that question. If a delegate would repeat that.
Which question, Vice Chair Smith or Honorable Eugene So?
The last one that was just asked of me, I think I addressed the, oh, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and respond to Delegate So. I think, thank you for that question. It's a very good question. I will not be able to answer that today, but I will, because I need to seek some information in order to answer that question, but I would be happy to get with you, Delegate So, once I get the information I need to provide you an answer, if that is okay.
Thank you. Then let me go back to Vice Chair Smith. Just you just quickly restate your question without taking any time away.
Thank you, Speaker. I did blurt it out real quick because only 5 minutes is not enough time. Let me try to recollect what I was saying. I was saying on behalf of the Navajo Nation, we need to ensure that there is enough funding to protect the reserves, and because if we don't, we'll be relying on the United States. And if that's true, then we need to be upfront to ensure that we have enough dollars to maintain our rights for the Water Litigation Unit and Department of Justice. The question was, in the legislation here, it does speak pertaining to the increased costs. And my question would be, when would they be able to come up with a budget? Because budget season is coming up, and we need to make sure that we can find dollars for this so that we can not have a deficit, and this would be reoccurring. I know this legislation is just to support the 4 million, but we're looking for the next level on behalf of the Navajo Nation under the waiving of the 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L. And we're using the UUFB, but we need to be to amend the legislation that's or the resolution CMY-47-02 to ensure that there's enough dollars. That's my question. How soon will they be able to come up with a figure so that we can get this on the budget session? Shananda, thank you.
Shall I respond, Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Delegate Stewart. We actually have the information, and I don't think it would take a terribly long time to come up with a budget, because we are in the midst of preparing for trial coming up in Arizona. And that's where a lot of our costs are going. So I believe that we would be able to come up with a budget. I don't think it would take very long, a matter of, maybe a week or so. And I am very lucky to have Miss Cecilia Thomas, who has been with the Water Rights Unit for a while, and she's very good at assisting with the budget. And so I think it wouldn't take too long, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Anybody else in the queue at this time?
Thank you very much, Alona.
Yes, Honorable Lona, floor is yours. If you were
Thank you,
speaking on
Speaker, and members of the 20-foot Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, and good afternoon. You're talking about a budget for this water litigation. I guess it won't be too hard to figure it out because right now I understand we're spending around $250,000 a month. Would that be a good number to go off of as far as the budget is concerned, and or will it be more or less in terms of budgeting for a full year? Speaker, that's my question. Thank you.
Shall I go ahead and answer that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Halona. When we're talking specifically about our litigation costs, and I just want to again remind council that according to BFJY 38-04, that when we're discussing the budget, it is confidential. But to answer your question, I would like to not rely on that number at this time. That was an estimate, and it is the estimate, but I think if we're going to put this back before council, I would like to have my unit and my staff review our budget and our current costs, and then get back to council with a budget that we can definitely rely on. Thank you, Delegate Halona.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. Go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? We're on the main motion of legislation 0045-22. None. Let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith. 57 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. I was just reflecting back on the response or the information that was provided by our Attorney General, Doreen Bapal, regarding the history of the DOJ and how it derived from the previous leaders that we had. They had an envision to have our own litigation unit and through the Navajo Nation, and it's important that we do because we're a sovereign nation and we should rely on our own Department of Justice to be fully funded to litigate these things. And I've seen some litigation, and I'm happy to say that we did receive funding, like the citizen dollars, $554 million. So I'm in support of this legislation, and I appreciate Shinai for putting this forth. But I want to see legislation being dropped to help offset the cost for the next fiscal year on behalf of the litigation unit, not only them, but also through DOJ that may need requests for additional funding. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? I don't have anybody with the reserve time. Everybody else in the queue. Going twice. 3 times. Let's go to board on the main motion. Legislation 0045-22.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Honor-
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Brown votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Kenya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty is excused. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Speaker Freeland, can I vote green, please? Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0045-22, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. That, let's continue on down to legislation F. Legislation 0048-22. This is 2/3 legislation sponsored by Honorable Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Keelan Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay, co-sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, co-sponsored by Honorable Lona, co-sponsored by Honorable Vince James, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Nez, co-sponsored by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Edison Winika, co-sponsored by half the council.
Speaker Keeler, motion.
That's what the, Ms. Nakai, could you read it into the record?
Yes, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, this is a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Carl Slater and co-sponsored by Keelan Begay Jr., co-sponsored by Paul Begay Jr., Nathaniel Brown, Pernell Halona, Vince R. James, Ricky Nez, Wilson C. Stewart Jr., Daniel E. So, Eugene So, and Edison J. Winika. Tracking number 0048-22, an action relating to the Resources and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Nabagiatik Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $29,216,453 in citizen funds to the Navajo Land Nursing Home Incorporated for the construction and operation of the Veterans Nursing Home, approving the quote Navajo Warriors Home Expenditure Plan end quote pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 through 2508. And there are a few reference documents that are attached, as well as the committee reports and the Internet Public Review document. The first report has two comments in favor of the resolution. The second report has 2 comments in favor of the resolution legislation. Third report has 2 additional comments from public comments, and then the Resources and Development Committee has a do pass with no amendments. The vote tally sheet is also attached. And then the fourth Internet Public Review summary has 1 supporting document, as well as a budget, Health, Education, Human Services Committee report that has a do pass with no amendment with a vote tally sheet, as well as Budget and Finance Committee's committee report with a do pass with no amendment, a vote tally sheet. Nabagiatik Committee report has that the legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council with a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, I have a motion on 0050-22 by Honorable, I mean 0048-22 by Honorable Paul Begay. Is there a second?
Second, Eugene So.
Second by Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, legislation 0048-22 was voted 17 in favor, 0 opposed at Nabagiatik Committee. Ready to vote?
Call for the question. I have a question. Vice Chair Smith.
That, Honorable Slater.
Speaker,
Honorable
point of
Slater.
privilege.
Question of privilege. Hold on, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm in an area that the phone is dropping signal. I'd like to vote green on that last vote before you take the next motion.
On legislation 0045-22, we did not get your vote, Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So, I did get a motion on, you're able to vote until I get the next motion. And unfortunately, Chairman, I already got a motion on the next item of business. So according to our rules of order, I cannot accept your vote now, Chairman, but I can note that in the record. Thank you. That moving on. Where are we at? That's my train of thought. Oh, I was going to the sponsor, Honorable Slater.
It's been a long week, huh, Speaker?
Yeah.
Thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to present legislation 4822. Adonai Mishanagi a Kiani She Sontana Dashichin, Snajini Dashiche, Sontana Dashino, She Carl Russell Slater Dashijine, Senekan and Shah. My name is Carl Slater. I'm Kiani, born for the Jewish people. I represent Rock Point, Round Rock, the Gutrakai, Sailor Wheat Fields, and my home community of Round Rock on the council. Oh, I think I forgot Rough Rock there. When I came into office, I was asked to pursue this initiative by many relatives, friends, and veterans within our district, District 11. They'd seen effort put forward to construct a veterans home on the Navajo Nation to honor and serve the veterans who have protected us over the decades and not had an adequate place with which they could rest their bones and retire, receive long-term care and assistance to live with dignity back here in Central Navajo. When I was younger and in high school, I used to volunteer at the Old Soldiers Home in Washington, D.C. And it was my distinct pleasure to head there after school or sometimes even play hooky to help veterans with mainly technology issues, figuring out how to set up an email account to connect with their friends and comrades and figure out how to use a newfangled cell phone that they might have gotten, which charging cords. But what I enjoyed most was just spending time hearing stories and trying to give them some comfort and compassion after service to our country. And it's an honor to be able to carry on some of that work that I started in high school with this initiative. This legislation will allocate $29 million to construct a 60-bed facility. And the total construction costs are about $26 million. And then there's about $3 million in startup costs. It'll be situated within the set-aside area of the Navajo Land Nursing Home, which we know as the Dr. Guy Gorman Senior Care Home in Chinle, Arizona. And the facility has its 100% design plans. And then you'll also see, this page is not numbered, but it's titled Proposed Veterans Home. It lists the budget for 3 years at $2.5 million for FY22, 23, and 24. Those are the startup costs that are required. Thereafter, the funding mix that has been able to work for the Guy Gorman Senior Care Home will be used for this facility. In addition, I've been pursuing funding for 638 long-term care through IHS for both our senior and elder homes on Navajo. And that could also be pursued by this facility through IHS once that funding hopefully comes to the nation in fiscal year 2024. So I have two agents, Honorable Jonathan Hale and Mr. Wayne Claw, who have been instrumental in advancing this project, working with local veterans organizations and organizations across Navajo who have had questions, assuring people that this will be open to all Navajo veterans. This is not confined to veterans from Chinle Agency. And this is something that will really reflect our values of caring for our elders, but most importantly, our warriors who've gone off to protect both the United States and our homeland. So with that said, I'd like to offer some time to Honorable Hale to make some comments, Speaker. Mr. Hale, Shanola.
Honorable Hale. Speaker Damon, are you on the line? I have to press *6. That.
Mr.
Honorable
Claw.
Hale.
Thank you, Delegate Slater. So yat I Speaker Damon yat og evkel yat nana. So Shadaham Sendo the Quichini Tato Nansta. Ako ahead.
I'm online.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Okay. Yat education national. Sorry for my delay. Trying to press buttons here and there, trying to figure out this phone. But so what I consabe the nadik I so the baby not at the don't to baby not what the to list to what out is in the list net of what are shita. The next is any get open it done the negita he not what are. How the don't need absent has argo, so what I call lan taxis, so what I constant the last so in the negi. Does bago only that was the sent what about the hatches net, sweet or sunny, though up it the last toy. For the quiz can I dancing what are the never Washington, the Jigo, what I has anegi, but the cynical illa, those on the anesta illa. Navajo co talker day, though I don't what they see go this jiggy. At the could ego, but cotton din argo, of what I call has argo. At the need are not listening nature face master and so what I call Yahans and though what I've been against in the whole though what I call Chinnabin and tin. So the wind then, at this sig at Kodo, Najet Nana and the Negi, dog at it are in late hotel nada. Oh, that's in for nada back on action another hot law. What ego she nature hold just to live, so what about the hassle net, with Osani. 18 had the Nigito, Pespol town, Nagik, at what I call the Tobatis Chene, Nagik is Rane. What I hobby Yaho, Ahashin, so what I call bananas illa, but I just let what I call the Nigi baby that's stronger, being Dutch and tin. 80 Sigik at what I keep has Adole. They have this Ado, what I call by a big chick at Kindot as though what I called in his last so about CK so list about 100 in the list nature. Though what are no session, nature but not a whale shigi, Ahashin, so what I call up a bohosnico. But that the though what I call the last so long what I call bananas a day of sin. So but at al argo, up is zigi, what I call banat, so what I call this shigi. The chinipidit. Quite has argued up in that upon case of hard the law what I call the Kihol just stop a hollow list called the Bahianegi has anegi. What about how that it's what I call baseball for Anne Shanans at Hashla. So are that behot, also this singing at the cut eye has answer in lead Navajo Land Nursing Home, though called the Dr. Guy Gorman Nursing Home. So quite has argo, not kids long what I quacky. Hatelia, though this sigik I lost, though what I call Sweeto Sunny, at the hotel, though what I call Hada Haya, though this in a call Hano, but has Ado Ajit Naka, though what I call Karanacha, Sweeto Sunny, Ado is the Never Washington, the Division of Social Services, not Nishko, what our placement is ego, what I call Akibinan, Yosin, this jiggy, the never Washington sato epitate in and Shindanigi to Aj el Enigi e hut abihatet a coho quanas argo nature. The last so Hashin so that hut abba has adolis. Then yet now poet no tra so pahat dot after what I conal so had the dot nish. That dol ka that shin. A hut I quakin das ka. Ado quack has anigi kea. The dot ash begin dot ash. Ado hut I quack bash child and go a dot nish. So I down hut I quacky sato bagato. Then argo hut abba alia. Twin linigi toy planigi ado twin choi. Ado hut I quacky just a conda that any gita. Ope the dots to quacky a quack bash at all nigi ado hato kisigi a kut a cotis chigi hut I quacking hitatos the solution hat arno senigi. So hut I consic asian net is not slagis is the last soy. A connect nigi hut a bahas adole to a hut a art Heshi the last soy nigi pa art edole. So a quacky this chigi. E pela so sita peso e quacky pa jaliata. Ado petitonish, ado a bold kajaboski, nan a policies, nana dolish, a kuja Navajo landers in home. I don't hashin so banana, they often. I don't hashin so what I call CMS is not nish. Aj a base or tantan, de higiti kuji gas, lanegi, twidosani, after tanegi, baby gas la. I don't what I combat my husband. Ado jigi is the Asian canal or ito, I don't ata when load of banana shade at the ocean. A connect now they see jo. What are a policies, Bahanata that Edo is untouches Nishigi, Jo I don't what I heard it about Hayakota, so licensures or what the hot a size is Zinigi be when load or less, training that any give when load or less, a coebic estate or less. This jigi got agile was a gate out, AI topic estate. Insurance that any get this chingy or what the hot any get over has I'll be at us ki I donate EGDA 638 Indian self determination will genegi is to a quacky yaito pains and to hala a quick kinder halkai ya knows the higi a quato a car gate winsin he aja hot a yake hato higi to short it on the higi to hot a quan has argo but niche. Ado I been na si tita hot any gito hot pinina sa bahatos zendo les ne igi titi kinda na halkai Washington they would igi ya huns zendo les peso yan ne the auto les so iti kuj Department of Health and Human Services will ganegi the aji is not nish a hot quaki nursing home line item batos nish so aji gi peso at hatnan teto les hot na khai peso bahana nish to les so hot what I quite like a slaughterless is and the can I worky as a kin for anegi out and gives us because it idoless. Ado she has seen so she is so it could just allow so because Anjanana the US government educate this thing get your able not unnecessary is a thought bizarre hata thought I quacky be his ani negi policy tapita thoughts. Jay at the quite na pohan ka name hold shigi a co ash can hill was na helen the quajas anji the qua peso what kid a kindot asigi other quaja boski a policies nana joy aja internal a aja what ahatet a aja has anegi ado ne so peso pelaso cinco joy apa honosten the peso what abelana ileho to a host a qua hashi peso again so gito pe nista the never Washington ice jar ya haliasa kudoa hit the equata a invoices so they are the bill for the never Washington in the what I can illa a agent that is lashigi. There's always a misnomer that the entity gets the money a bank account be hit last I remember the Navajo Nation government holds that money for that purpose and they receive the invoices to pay for those services rendered. I could in show what I quite keep on Hunson. Do I nas isa a what invoice turning in ego a nas on a what I can elect. So there's always that oversight. There's always that questionable transactions. If anything, a what It all relates back down to the contractual agreements of, in this case, a contractor. So abas bolta ado kwanta dos kitna bak iya tienda ayo hol nis na halota ayo hashin sota nten woden halokwa istan olzenegi jo ita stoben hitja ha zi audits the hollo audits audit the due diligence nisha ishin aita talia so ti kut ikwa sabe den hati tai khatelia to it set na khaz anja office of the president vice president jo aje sto. Everybody has that opportunity to request of the Department of Justice for due diligence. Financial audit so that scope of work it's specifically black and white in that legislation. Navajo Nation Government Department of Justice by Attorney da fallo so so na kin legal adina so ne a lot this a lot so in lenegi so baba sa case adishigi le sa sigo oko de beta de ta hocello patient that enegi other kujana patient Ado Prescott, Ado Abatra Inana Basinil at the hot and gota Ado Kujita in the Farmington Nas answer. Asa you go hot Abatra Hatat Ego Ade a che a masan and Lenegi, but the Hayan the Ade the Hotchelo, a store. Say nothing I can has all the Hagishi, say Baban Sakis, did the ban ha ban say hot is a last so up and no a hot ye na che khaskedo ye na che etol zeno hot an yana khai to hot ibza that is ado pin hat ape bitna has ango hot na so na che zenegi khate di la pe his ani akho hot sikesib na sinat na senegi akho hot ikaki sin so ta sha ho an lenegi ya sa lenegi be na che ta khasito le to bna che shita yeah, he's in the list. So a day yapaza a veterans git a DD 14 Shintatal Kanjo in others a cantante. He sing hot I keep a landa illeto apa had to me. A cohort ela on sodole.
Thank you very much, Shanoa, Delegate Hale. Speaker, I'd like to yield back to you. I see we have 3 minutes left, and I think we can get straight to the questioning now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, to you and your team members there on the legislation. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go to the floor at this time as we do have a motion and a second. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Smith in the queue. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours at this time. Vice Chair Smith going twice. Vice Chair Smith going 3 times. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Speaker, who's in the queue?
Vice Chair Smith has a question.
that Honorable, is that Elmer Begay?
Yeah, this is Elmer.
Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, I called on you 3 times. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Okay, now I can share with Speaker. I don't that go down Delegate Slater. I don't your agent I don't have to see those. So to the Delegate Hale that and to I don't the question goes to maybe the organization there. I call before you get to tap to get this funding for the Navajo Nation. The you go look at how many attempts that you made to for like any organization for requesting for funding. Because there's a young lady, her name is Dr. Crystal Lee. Called she's running an organization out in Phoenix area called with her group of people that she as a professors call them professionals that they have within health called they're providing this kind of a facility, and they even got a land for it and a building for it through this pandemic. ICLEG during this pandemic. I guess I would say that during this time when people were in need, and they reach out and start gathering all whatever they can to provide a facility for them. So, and the hot is that during the pandemic and during the hardship. They came up with that. Now they're organizing and they're reaching out for people that are in the urban areas. Now they're getting into traditional counseling now, trying to get the Navajo Association to get help from there. I'll call them. Then they're mentioning that there's some veterans that are there. They want to know how they can reach out to veterans organizations. So I was wondering that if those young people can do it without Navajo Nation assistance, because they're asking us right now, saying that, that we're already doing this during the pandemic. I see getting hot is letting down the net of the cows, letting down what necessary that people were, they organized it and they came up with this facility when everybody was going through the hardship, through this isolation and being quarantined. They came up with that. So I would say that this organization that probably got together, come to recovery. What Ed has done, the people asking for funding, which is okay. But I just want to know that how many attempts that was made during this time. Others need to help us besides Navajo Nation. So that's just my question, Speaker. Those my thing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, and then Vice Chair Smith. I have in queue. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, I would like to. It's really heartening in regards to the land relinquishment back starting in the 30s.
Smoke.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Obe discussion or history. What the ya what the only what the ya then I don't care to on from the little bar when he's in for credit ya. Can you take in the kid that you know can on it? I just have results from my son here. I don't Uncle Julie Davis, T. Davis, Lee Davis, the Salon Dusk. I don't they're all deceased. And then we got Cecil Sandoval and we got Cozy Brown. Cozy Brown was the original, 29. And then Cecil Sandoval Jr. and Cecilia Sandoval. I don't Regina Tyler was Master Sergeant Lifer. Cecilia was also a lifer. I don't Quentin Yaz, Dr. Leland Leonard, I don't Don Bizzardi, Guy Corman, and the in-law, Leonard Pete in-law, Gerald Yazzie, Jim Brown, Harlan Davis, Sylvia Davis, Kenneth Davis, Cornell Yazzie. To name a few, there are veterans in that area. That this card, all these years. So one day they came to my grandpa to put up that the Baldwin Silver Station right by the bridge. I don't stop. Somebody's saying something in the background. To say. So it started. I don't know the yagi at this scene. How the aggie art. I don't think it's another or just the latest one is the Navajo Tech University. Nana. At that time, I told Mr. The president of the Navajo Nation Naz that this is a piece of land that we have left. I wish we could just keep it for the family. It's really growing. It'll just know, but see, looking towards the north. And with these RCA, never cut each so I don't cut nature to hold agua, don't hold agua. What they yago cut nature, it has a criteria on it. Any kind of maybe it's a conflict of interest, but I like to really let the people know that we are doing something right there. We're all giving, 120% in 724. It never cut nature. To this day, or they always just tell us we are stingy with the land. But and to make it worse, the chapter moved a resolution to take the 7-foot buffer zone, and that's where all these people are living on now. And the people that are feeding, these has not been Sydney. But even Hanzak says, also found some case of the Soda City, the hard shit, and then she has choices on concrete, has indoor Hanana James, another. We're going over to the third great grandkids now. Of course, they're all living there and they're giving land and they're helping people. I wonder somehow when someday maybe they can see they can appreciate it. The credit also found some case of the field. That's plus the whole Chinle area right there, this family. Or tremendous you. The other one is Daniel Jones. He was a veteran there too. He's an in-law too, and also in-law to my kids' family, and also he's from there too. The Jones family, the Davis family, all those. Now we got Dr. Kenneth Stafford right there too. All these people, so the sixties, so that maybe one day we will see something, but it's so many years now. It's share on his station, so also the hospital. I really got nothing against this the whole you say about him and all on or I'm sure this is about it. I want this case right now. Some are there in Poland, some are there all around that Russian Sunday. Not that so over trade for this about that case. So I would like to end this with that. I really appreciate what is going on in Chinle to making Chinle a bigger town. Thank you.
Time. You looted your whole time, Honorable Eugene. So with that, we move on down to Honorable Vice Chair Smith, are you there?
Yes, I am, Speaker.
And colleagues, I respectfully ask if somebody would take over the gavel at this time. I do have to I have a phone call that I need to be on for about 15 minutes.
Speakers, Vice Chair Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, Vice Chair.
I'll go ahead and take the gavel for a few minutes.
All right, Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours. Or the
Thank you,
gavel's
Speaker.
yours. Vice Chair Smith, Jalissa can help you. There's only one other colleague, Honorable Elmer Begay, who has reserved time 1 minute, 28 seconds. There is no other reserve time, and there's no one else in the queue at this time.
So we have Honorable Elmer Begay up next for reserve time. Is that what you said?
Yeah, but you can go back to Honorable, the sponsor, Honorable Slater, for response.
I'll go on that. I'll take the gavel for now. Let's go back to the sponsor, Shache. You have the floor.
Thank you, Shache. Thank you, Delegate Eugene So, for your support of this endeavor and your explanation of the relevance and importance of the community and veterans from the community. Really appreciate it. And the fact that this is good, Kiani land is good. Delegate Elmer Begay, with respect to the comparison to United Natives, I'm going off recollections from my interactions with Dr. Lee, and I think that they set up a transitional housing and treatment program during COVID-19 to assist Natives in the Phoenix metro area. I think they were down in Mesa, and they were able to gain access to like a Quality Inn or something to help perform this programming. I think that they relied as a nonprofit off of some donations, but I'm strongly assuming that they were using reimbursements or referrals from IHS as well as maybe Medicaid. The type of program that they pursued, I strongly believe, was focused on transitional housing for COVID relief, and then transitioned that once numbers plateaued into behavioral health and substance abuse treatment. So I don't think that that's really an apple for apple, one for one comparison in terms of what we're doing here. This is about providing long-term care and living for our elderly veterans. And it's not about treat behavioral and substance abuse treatment exclusively. Now that can and will be a part of this. You heard before that there are strong programs and in-house policies that have been developed by the Guy Gorman Senior Home to do traditional treatments within their facility. And they're going to take that expertise into this new facility and I hope expand it with some additional training from the Veterans Administration for the IHS nurses and for their own nurses who provide that sort of assistance. So I think United Natives is doing incredible work. The comparison, though, I think is not, they're not really the same types of things. Now, with respect to the point of has myself or the Navajo nursing homes or other veterans sought assistance, financial assistance to support this concept? Yes. And as this has gone through at Budget and Finance and at NABI, we mentioned how we've communicated with congressional leadership, we've communicated with the states, and well, I guess only with the state of Arizona. We haven't gotten anywhere with any of them. There's the potential that they could chip in once the nation actually provides funding, but ultimately this is about providing a space on Navajo, not in Payson, not in Phoenix, not in Salt Lake City, not in Albuquerque or elsewhere, but somewhere where our veterans can live with dignity back home. And I think that we have the opportunity to provide that funding now. And I made that commitment at the Navajo committee meeting to pursue congressionally directed spending for this endeavor once we actually have an allocation that I can stand behind. No one has been willing to step up until the nation provides its own funding. So I think we have a strong set of funding sources to make this work, and we just need to provide the capital to get it going. Shache, Speaker Pro Tem Smith, will yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Sui. Back to the reserve time. We got a new player. Go back to the reserve time first before I recognize the new player, Herman Daniels, Honorable. Shda, you have the floor, reserve time. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you for that, Shda. Thanks for the response. We appreciate that. I think my last question on the last one, Dan Navajo, was if there's any, how many veterans organization resolution do you have supporting this? It didn't like this because I have about 5 chapters that have an organization, and then plus the whole Southwest Veterans Organization. So, yeah, this is my question again. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Before I turn the floor back over to the sponsor, I'll go ahead and recognize Honorable Herman Daniels. Herman Daniels, you have the floor.
Mr. Pro Tem Speaker, Vice Chair Smith, thank you for giving me the time. I don't know what I said. I must try to stop it. I see what I say. I think for Kokoto, he got not Elkoto, is not me. I see by him. I don't know them. Should I use a Koto? First can't. Delegate Slater, Koto, thank you for bringing this legislation before the Navajo Nation Council today. Koto, I put up very thankful for that. Other the Kodos is not us. Honorable Hale. I see the Nakians and Kodo. I seen so behind. Thank you for your presentation on this particular legislation regarding the veterans nursing home. Kodo I don't know Kodo. I can see Kodo. Je ne connais pas not I can lead a Nastanit uncle. I see by hands in the call. Last term, for 2 years, I was on HESI, this committee, not a long order committee. So it's a good committee. And now RDC, I see by hands in the call. I see general station. Moving forward, I see I'm going to speak in support of this legislation. According to the last phone, Lenny has been spoken about Honorable Haley has but then Adolnish as a choice either less as a Equator has been destroyed as well. But can't now what those less, but then Paliago. According to his last phone, Lego. I went to a yacht at the Kai. A caution race Canada. I got Togo. I don't know Kodo. Nagay to the funny about the Hyanigata Nagay. There's some of our veterans, elders on Lenny, Landing, Utah, and other border towns out of the house nursing homes. So Kodo Ankinja, me, Bagan Bailia, AIC Kodo, Hashin, so a Kodo a. Yetnet Nado, Lesto Nado, a house Sato, Lesko. Because I say that over National Hashnakodo. She isn't long though. She says I think Azavitilla is down at Payson, Arizona, nursing home, the Sutako. ko wan abo to sa ko to o that e give sa ko to e an wan ba is yago an kin neki ko to wan ba is yago e ko to ta asin so ko to ito a sa ge to na ito to e to le ado na an kin hit e an le ge dai yago e ye bet ve to le to ko to so it has sort of a state on this ko to ado na ko to I know what is na ge ta da nisha da I depend on men ala ko es tweet of funny I don't know if it's last so I do ko I ko I wait I go and I nisha ko but ko ene ko na moving forward ko na ga this legislation is a very good legislation ko I don't neda I do dos neda o be ke this feel ko today ko so with that I'm gonna really support this legislation ko today. So, let's go to Mr. Pro Tem Speaker. Chanela, thank you. Reserve time just in case.
Hakushi, Chanela, for the support on this legislation. Reserve time, 1 minute, Chanela, 1 minute. Back to the sponsor of the legislation. May we have the sponsor of the legislation, Sui, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shache. And thank you, Shada, Delegate Herman Daniels, for your expression of support, your heartfelt expression. Delegate Elmer Begay, you asked a question relating to support from veterans organizations. I know that the Central Navajo Veterans Organization, the Central Agency Council, have passed resolutions and they're attached to the legislation. Low Mountain has also submitted from both the chapter and the veterans organization level. And there are others, but for some reason, I'm not seeing them all attached to the report. So with that said, I would like to go to Mr. Claw, who has taken a lot of time with Delegate Hale to speak with a lot of the agency veterans organizations and individual chapter veterans organizations. So should share with your permission, I'd like to recognize my agent, Mr. Claw.
Go ahead and your agent has the floor.
Okay, thank you. I am seeing that the Fort Defiance Agency Veterans Organization has submitted a supporting resolution, so I hadn't scrolled far enough down. Mr. Claw, thank you.
Thank you. We welcome you that. Yeah, this is Delegate Smith. I don't we have met with the Northern Agency Veterans. A resolution passed the last week. The 16 chapter veterans 2 weeks ago, but other the other one majority of them, we have 4 more meetings that's set up right now, veterans organization. So they've been asking us to meet with them, so we have all those scheduled the next one much maybe. So we are going to meet with them and explain to them what we're doing. So I want to go also just bring up 2 information that Delegate Begay, Delegate Begay, the funding source. They back in during the 160th Congress, December 5th, 2019, it District 7, no date Pat Kirkpatrick, District 7, Bito, Helen Nadi, with the A legislation, HR 5323 Bakawi. A Nastis has do approval in front of the House of Representatives December 5th, 2019. But we had O'Halloran, Congressman Davids from Kansas, Helen and Lujan. They don't support the a co-sponsor and law. The Aronatis change that idea to the state of the John Hilton. According to O'Halloran at the end, I'll find out more information to understand I don't know the state of Arizona, to get Orlando Teller representative law Donana, Aquach and Lino Nagar representative Marvin Sosi. It don't have any. It only something is not Archer. As you know, state of Arizona has a lot of Republicans. Okay, is not done. It doesn't know Albert Land there. Oh, what's that? What's that? Only something that needs to I don't know about in a league with that or what's that? But the queer sheet need kid, and at the narrow. What on the nani so I don't have it about the color no that. But the main objective is the veterans and linear. The couldn't his no, as shown from the Nanas Nishtano. AEC ben ye, even other deal in the square 2018 yard dash there. Even Nandlish as shown the Shada no, then he could have Kunza hold just not I call here the little. One thing I would request Shanant I'd could they that he did Chinli Bigaya. Come on in and visit us. Come visit me. You're welcome. Come into our facility. I don't know the kid or you that kid, and we can explain to you and provide a lot of documents to you on what we have done on the present project that we're doing right now. I can't mention that guy.
Agushi Satsui, is that a response for the questions and Honorable Slater?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Satsui, for sponsoring this legislation. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Jay, you have the floor. Going once. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, going twice. Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Last call. Going 3 times. Moving back to reserve time. We have 1 minute for Honorable Herman Daniels. You have the floor.
Mr. Pro Temp Speaker Shanale, I'm going to waive my time. Thank you very much. Ready to vote.
Agushi, thank you, Shaman. Honorable Herman Daniels waives his time. I don't think there's anybody else on the call for.
Honorable Smith, Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, you want to speak?
Oh.
Agushi, we have a new player. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor. You may proceed.
Okay, last night, Vice Chair Pro Tem Iguia, members of the 24th Nomination Council. Honorable Slater, thank you for this legislation, as well as to the co-sponsors. Honorable Hale and Mr. Claw, good afternoon from Eastern Agency. Just wanted to make some comments related to the legislation and knowing that, you know, we have veterans across the nation, and this is a good start to have a veterans home in central agency, but maybe look at the future and putting a veterans home at all 5 agencies. We have an abundance of veterans out here in Eastern, and, you know, not to say that it'll be far for them to travel to Chinle, but, you know, gas is high, and, you know, families would have to travel a distance from this area. But just a consideration, Shanatai, how can we address the needs at all 5 agencies, whether it's a nursing home or a veterans home, We need one out here in Crown Point as well. We could use one big time, but just something for us to consider as a body, as a governing body. So, but Eddie, I just want to express that, and I do support the legislation. Thank you. I'll waive my time, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Committee members, or not committee members, council delegates. Are we ready to vote? Vote. So could we have a roll call vote around the horn on legislation?
Challenge.
Roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
Thank you for the roll call vote on legislation number 048-22 has passed unanimously with 22 in favor, 0 opposed. We appreciate the sponsor of this legislation and the veterans throughout the Navajo Nation and the work they have conducted and the future for the nursing home for our veterans, and also the co-sponsors that have placed their name on there, and all the voters that have put their vote in, and the funds that will be used. At this point in time, I'll go ahead and turn the gavel back over to our Speaker of the Navajo Nation, Honorable Seth Damon. You have the gavel.
Well, thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith, for taking the helm there while I had to make a phone call. With that, colleagues, with the legislation passed on 0048-22, so we are going to go on down now to item number G, which is legislation 0050-22. With that, on the legislation is sponsored by Honorable Stewart and Stockhigh. If you could go ahead and read that into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2020, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0050-22, an act relating to an emergency, approving $3,003,441 from the unreserved unappropriated fund balance UUFB for the Navajo Election Administration for its expenses in preparation for the 2022 Navajo Nation elections, waiving 12 NSC Section 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L. The reference documents are there, including the budget, the internet. Let's see, this is an emergency legislation, and it has been electronically read into the record per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, Rule 9, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. With that, colleagues, this is emergency legislation. With that, moving on down, is there a motion? When once.
Delegate Rick Nez, motion.
Chairman Nez.
Eugene
Second. Honorable Eugene So. That, colleagues. Any comments, questions?
Question, Helena?
Okay, with that, Honorable Stewart, floor is yours. 20 minutes, and we do have this agents here in the chambers too as well. Good morning, good afternoon. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
That in honor speaker sila aron the colleagues 24th Navajo Nation Council aro koro so it's not again across the Navajo Nation so yeah let's go. Rogi the legislation danigi hitahman khajgi 0050-22 emergency legislation DDGA from the election administration for expenses for preparation for this year's election. ADGA benefit. ADGA based on the Nikkei for A Kodogi AA Rosita Kelly, Executive Director AA August Law A Agent Jalento cut out a bit of this because out of the remaining time, a speaker, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kelly to give a little more detail as to this legislation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. With that, to your agent, Ms. Kelly.
Honorable delegates, Ado Adita Isinot Iki Shea Rosita Kelly and Shia Adonat Otinet Hachi Ninsha Ashi Bashishi Ado Shi Dashichedo Tedeshkijni Dashinale Okata E the next Staninschle looked at Enasha DD September 2021 that the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors hired Dashila to work for the election administration as their director. And we're having a lot of needs. Yes, the council did approve 600,000 for us from the UUFB for the primary election, but that's not nearly enough. Joe, you see, one of the, let me see, the most critical need that we have is our database. Our data is stored there. This morning, we had a meeting with DIT database 2005 17 years old. It's ready to crash. You see, that was one of the main problems that we ran into. UUFB 600,000 that cannot cover a new database. We can, however, cover a temporary storage for the database. Not only that, our computers are obsolete. Some of our computers are like Windows 2005, 2007. I think the most recent we have is 2010, maybe just one or two, that's it. So at the agency offices go, we can't even access reports. We have registrars across the nation. Listing, voter listing, Nikki, they're all outdated. In late 2020, so we cannot access the reports on the database. One computer can access the database. So that's Fort Defiance, they can access. But we have 110 chapters, and each chapter has like 2 to 4 registrars. Each one needs an updated list. We can't do it because we can't access the reports on the database. So although our computers, like I said, are outdated, Nishe new place where the data is going to be stored, that cannot be, our computers, the ones we have right now are not compatible with the new database. Akoko ebony na, so we're requesting new computers, adult telephones that we don't have, our telephones can't even take messages. Adult data, we can't even transfer calls. So we're really, our equipment is obsolete. And then the other thing is our staff, took an election year. Our staff need temporary assistance at their agencies. Discount filing begins. So some of our agencies are stuff. So there's going to be a lot of activity tomorrow. We're requesting for temporary assistance at the agencies at Central. And then also we're requesting overtime for the staff that work tirelessly during election season. So poll officials. It's supposed to have been included in the UUFB, but it's not enough. So, and then the supplies, so we're really pinching pennies right now. We're trying to look here and there to see where we can transfer funds. Special elections, we're dipping into the UUFB to fund that. There was like 5,000 allocated for special elections in the FY 22 budget, administration budget, but that's all gone already. So we're dipping into the UUFB that's supposed to be for the the primary election. So kid, and there's a lot of stuff that we need for the election administration, but those are some of the dire needs that we have. This is Genevieve White. She's the senior accountant for our department. So I don't know if I've missed anything.
Good afternoon, honorable delegates and listeners. My name is Genevieve, and one of the areas that we need to also touch base is on travel. Our voter registration specialists have been requesting to travel in different areas like in Salt Lake City and Denver, but we have very limited travel funds, and it's like if we just had more of a budget and we would have them have the ability to travel even by plane, just to come back right away. And to register more people that are off the reservation, just to get them more registered and update their records. So those are some of the areas that we would like to have sufficient funds for, so that we could fulfill our duties as an administration. Thank you.
Shitala Speaker, that completes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. That Honorable Stewart. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go to the floor. Honorable Helona, the floor is yours at this time on legislation 0050-22.
Speaker?
Yes, sir.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Council Council. I appreciate the time, and I did have a question on that.
That $3 million is quite a bit. We really never allocated that much money. And so this funding that you're asking for, is it going to carry all the way through the summer and next year, or does it have to be all spent by September? By September. Excuse me. And I understand you do need some computer equipment. How much of this money will you be using for computer equipment? The problem that I see with it is that never allocate this much money for the election office. It's usually around $450,000 for the general election and around $300,000 for the primary. So is this just for this year, or are you guys looking at for next year as well? That's my question. Speaker. Reserve my time.
I don't know if they want me to answer.
Thank you, Honorable Helena. That colleagues, let me see. Reserving time at 3 minutes, 45 seconds. That colleagues, is there any other comments, questions? Or go back to the sponsor for response. Honorable Wanika. Honorable Wanika, can't hear you.
Pacha.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Aro adet anos foundation of Trage. I'm a little bit confused about this budget because it's way too much. And then one other thing is the Speaker and I got new computers for the staff this past 4 years. And I don't know what happened to those. And I know I agree with you as far as the database. Without question, that is needed. And then the need for the funds also, but not the amount that you're requesting. The most important that we need to concentrate on is the voting machines. And that's not listed. It says, you know, they're obsolete. There's no question. You can't find parts for those machines that election administration has. And one of the things that was being worked on was to lease the machines. I don't know if you have any quotes on that. And so I just feel like we need more discussion on this. And we need to be more specific on exactly what the needs of the election officer has. And I know the election process is mostly carried out by the agency staff. And none of the agency staff is here. We need to question what the agency VRSs are saying. And for that reason, Speaker, I'd like to make a motion that we table this and give it back to Nabagiati so we can have a thorough discussion on this with the assistance of the voter registration specialists from each of the 5 agencies. But we need to do it as soon as possible. I'd like to make it about, at the most, 20 days to put this back before the council, because the need for the money has to be as soon as possible, Speaker.
highly unlikely that we're going to have a NABCEATIC committee meeting in 20 days. I'd say that we should extend it further than that. I think the next NABI meeting is going to be on May 12th. That's actually 22 days. Almost Winika. And two is there's two things that you stated. One of them is that you're saying that you want to table this, but then also you're trying to refer this back to NABI. Has to be either or. Honorable Winika.
Okay, let me make the correction. I think it'd be better, based on the recommendation, to refer back to, because the reason why I say to give it to NABCEATIC is because this is an emergency. It came directly to the council. So I'd like to refer to the NABCEATIC committee.
Okay, refer to the NABCEATIC committee with no time frame then. So it'll be on the next agenda, which will be May 12th.
Okay.
If it does pass, if this does go forward. All right. That, colleagues, is a motion to refer to have further discussion on the budget. And then in the meantime, we're sitting down with probably Honorable Winika and the staff to go clarify that and have this referred back to the next NABCEATIC committee meeting. With that, colleagues, on that time frame and that motion, on a referral motion by Honorable Winika on legislation 0050-22. Is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That referral motion, there's no debate. That, colleagues, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bacati is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, please,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Speaker, with the vote of 14 in favor, 6 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Hey, with that, colleagues, on referral motion, 14 in favor, 6 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. Legislation 0050-22 is referred back to the Navajo Committee. Thank you, Honorable Stewart.
Speaker,
My
point of privilege,
colleagues.
Callan.
Honorable Keon Begay?
Speaker Callan.
Yes. Jay,
Point of privilege, Speaker.
point of privilege. Yes, I can hear you.
Speaker, I sent a series of questions to the election office. Could we get a formal response on this particular questions and share it with the council? And at the same time, before the next meeting with the election office, could we have a full report, update report from the Navajo Nation Board of Election? That's my point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes, we can put that. Navajo Nation Election Office is already scheduled to do a presentation. I was asked by colleagues, members of the Navajo Committee, on May 12th. We can definitely add on to that a report too as well from the Navajo Nation Board of Election Supervisors. Honorable Keon.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, moving on down. Item number 8, legislation 0252-21. Sponsors by Vice Chair Smith, co-sponsors by Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, Ms. Naka, if you could read legislation 0252-21 into the record. On legislation 0050-22, there was a motion for referral. Honorable Slater, we didn't get your vote. Okay, now it's green. Since I did not take the next motion, I'll accept your vote. So what does that change us to? 15 in favor, 6 opposed.
Speaker, did you give him a vote? No, give Jay.
Alma Begay? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
That, colleagues, moving on down. Oh, Ms. Nakai, if you could read in 0252-21 into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council third year 2021, introduced by Raymond Smith Jr., co-sponsored by Mark A. Freeland. Tracking number 0252-21, an action relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Etiquette Committees and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $1,962,149. Fund the unreserved undesignated fund balance to the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources for drought mitigation for the Navajo Nation's Colorado ranches. And the legislation has the internet public review summary. The first report has 2 comments that are opposing to the legislation. The also, let's see. The Resources and Development Committee has a committee report with a due pass with 1 amendment. Amendment 1 throughout legislation 0252-21, amend the amount $1,962,149 to $1,862,149. That's underscored. Amendments are to be made on page 1, line 13, page 2, line 27, and page 3, lines 14, 16, 19, and 22. 2, exchange Exhibit B with new Exhibit B, which reflects the change in total from $1,962,149 to $1,862,149. 3, page 3, line 13, insert new paragraph F as follows. New language F, the Office of Management and Budget has issued a memorandum dated December 2nd, 2021. The memorandum is attached as Exhibit E. Or insert Exhibit E, which is the memorandum dated December 2nd, 2021 from the Office of Management and Budget. 5, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The committee hereby authorizes technical and conforming edits to this legislation to correct errors. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee amendment, and therefore it's referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. There's a vote tally sheet that is also attached. And the reference budget forms are attached, the revised budget forms. And then, excuse me, the committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee is, this was tabled at the Budget and Finance Committee with vote tally sheet. And then the Navajo Committee indicates the legislation was passed and referred to the Navajo Nation Council with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. Is there a motion on legislation 0252-21?
Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Motion by Honorable Yellowhair. Second. Second by Honorable Wanika. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on 0252-21? That. Okay, with that.
Speaker, I have a question.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Here, Shanadad, Dagi, Speaker, though, the 19th, Bishma San, quoted the Sadana, I dust so 0252-21. Aros Kasi, Skadan, Sniggy, out of the Snowflaggy. Here, now, more than Sate Tanigi, machine, so a about this though. She agents a Sam Diswood, a Ajit, Colorado Ranch, age Ajia, although Gloria Thomas, Fish and Wildlife Director, a that days Edo, and a banana, called the Yalagate, the Yokiri, they Ajit Hikea, the Sydney, though, the Nachea, Kushi, Yalagi. Assad the meal $962,149. They when they not the Yoke call Shinanda no Senegi quiet Idan 2021 Honsi Kaido Ranch just Anigi Dona Tindo Don I see the yes in Nach ha Osalito called the Yoke did throughout that Agi accommodated. The operation consists of a Yando Big Gashidalo, a Yanigi at the time was 314. They thought Big Gashi agent Dayodigi 274. There's two ranches out there, Boyer Ranch and also Wolf Springs Ranch. Without the budget, they need to update their antiquated equipment in vehicles 20 to 25 years old, improve production and minimize costs and repair of existing equipment. They need that equipment to be updated. So an exhibit B under the budget. Budget. On behalf of the needs that they have. There's no personal expense on this. It's just supplies, repair and maintenance, contractual services, and capital outlay. The whole total would be $1,962,149 from the UUFB as this Kinde Yal Pinacha Dotso. And I understand that dated the snow has accumulated up on the mountains. It's just not Jenny to and that's drying out things over there. The drought for the ranch out there, Colorado Ranch Enterprise. Would be to buy some hay and to make sure that the livestock are taken care of, and a yanto. There is a big operation going on up there, and of course, COVID-19 has really impacted the market. I see don't die, but now we're sort of getting out of the COVID, so I'm sure that the market's going to probably go back up. But on behalf of the legislation that's in front of us, with the request from the Navajo Nation Enterprise, Fish and Wildlife, Colorado Ranches. So this is where we're at on this legislation. I'd like to turn the floor over to our Director of Fish and Wildlife, Gloria Tom, and then also have Sam Diswood, since we have about 16 minutes left to explain and to give a gist of what we're proposing to the Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation is not supposed to. Navajo Nation Council, that's their legislation now. So I'm just sponsoring this on behalf of the Fish and Wildlife. Speaker, I'd like to turn the floor over to Ms. Gloria Tom. Ms. Gloria Tom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Smith and Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Good afternoon. My name is Gloria Tom. I'm the Director for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And the Colorado Ranch Enterprise is one of 7 programs situated within the department. And the Navajo Nation purchased the ranch property in Colorado back in 2017, 2018, and the management and responsibility for that property was given to the Department of Fish and Wildlife, primarily due to the fact that we have unique resources up there, including big game and bison. And since the department took over the operations up there, the property was basically purchased as is, and so the equipment and the vehicles and everything that came with the property was basically turned over to the department without any improvements, without any upgrades, etc. And so going into year 3 and year 4 of management on the Colorado Ranch Enterprise, we're beginning to experience a lot of issues with those equipment. In addition to the climate change impacts that we all are experiencing, primarily with the ongoing drought, and thus the reason for requesting the funding is basically to deal with the impacts that we're feeling on the drought, the long-term drought that we're all subject to at this point. We have a ranch manager employed, Samuel Deswood. Sam has been with the enterprise now for 3-4 years, and he was instrumental in developing the ranch management program there, along with the wildlife management program. And what I would like to do is I would like to turn the floor over to him to have him explain the current operations and thus the need for the funding request to deal with some of the impacts that we're feeling on the ranch property. So if it's in order, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn the floor over to Samuel Deswood.
Yes, as long as Vice Chair Smith, is that your agent too as well?
Yes, sir. It is correct. He's my agent.
Hey, what's yours, Mr. Deswood?
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable members of the council. My name is Sam Deswood. I'm originally from Linanza. I'm Sisikani, Lohanagani Bashichin, Kachini, the Shichedo, the Shi, the Chanel. When we took over the program, we had an opportunity, as Ms. Tom had mentioned, that the ranch was purchased with equipment. It was a unique purchase at the time, but there wasn't, I guess, the vehicles, the equipment were as is. And many of the items or many of the equipment are old, they're antiquated. Some we can't even get parts for. Some are have reached that point that where we've spent a substantial amount of money to keep them operating. But as Honorable Smith had mentioned, there are 2 ranches here. The Boyer Ranch, which is a cattle operation, we have 274 mama cows on there. We're just about to complete calving for this year. Most of the operations there are on pastures. We're grazing, getting into a rotational type grazing system with them. The West Springs Ranch is the Bison Ranch, which we have 314 mama cows. They started calving as well on about 3rd of April. And we anticipate them finish calving probably by the end of May. Most of the animals that we raise, all of our calves, right now we're in a cow-calf operation for both the cattle and bison. The Boyer has about 700 acres of agricultural lands. We got about 1,000 acres of ag lands and hay production on Wolf Springs Ranch. Water to irrigate comes off the Hudson and the Madnow creeks and the ditches. We do get allocated water rights. May 15th to July 17th is our irrigation water that we get allocated to us, and we share the water rights with the Ot6 Ranch, which is south of us. We do get native water and feudal water, which is, I guess, released to us from the water commissioners for the state of Colorado. the 3 out of the last 4 years we've been in drought. It started probably in 19, and then in 20 we were, what did they call that, a D4, and that was severe. We didn't have any water, we didn't have any hay production, so there was expenses that are associated with that purchasing hay. In 20 or in 21, we actually got rain. We did produce some hay, so we can produce hay, but much of the equipment that we had substantial expenses repairing the swathers, balers, and tractors. So the expenses that you see in the budget is going to be for primarily supplemental feed. There'll be a feed program. We're going to, and that's hopefully improve ranch operations and minimize expenses, and replacing a lot of the antiquated equipment, and the costs, cut down on the cost repair for equipment and improve our agricultural production. To provide production veterinarian services and herd health, the purchase of lease bulls, purchase or the lease of bison and cattle bulls. We've been working on a program with Diamond Peaks out of the northwest part of the state here in Colorado, and actually getting some Sim Angus, a lot of the herd health production program. And we've actually going to be approaching the CDC and Colorado Parks and Wildlife on a COVID-19 and SARS surveillance and developing electronic ID here. A lot of additional expenses are going to go to natural resources and land management, improve water distribution, upgrade our antiquated pumps and wells, converting some of the windmills to solar panels, our cover crop program, and establishing and improving our agricultural hay program through fertilization, changing to some of the dryland pasture mixes, and establishing native grasses on some of the overutilized areas that we have seen here. Noxious weed controls is another thing that we're working on, and we actually are working with the Huerfano County weed management program. And one of the big things that I think we have is irrigation management. We're going to be working with NRCS on restructuring and reshooting and doing survey work. Facilities and infrastructure, a lot of it's to protect and maintenance of the infrastructure here. In December of this year, we did go and we had a lot of wind, and we had winds that were 90, approaching 95 miles an hour, and we did lose a roof on a building, but risk management stepped up. We did get that all paid and taken care of. So, but the biggest part of this is over the last few years, from fiscal 2018 all the way up until fiscal 22 or 21 and year to date to 22, we have probably spent nearly $908,000 on repairs for the trucks, tires, gasoline, veterinarian supplies, parts and supplies. So we haven't been able to reinvest back into the program as we had hoped to. And this funding would help us work toward our goals on reinvesting back and getting the enterprise back into production as well. So, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, my agents, for explaining the concerns and problems that we're facing, and we're ready for questions on this legislation. Speaker, turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues. We have a motion, we do have a second. So moving forward, I have Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you for the agent of this legislation and Shazad, Delegate Raymond Smith. You kind of did answer the question that I have, which is how much revenue has been brought back into the nation with this farm. And I honestly, I've tried to look for the original legislation and the reason why the Navajo Nation has invested in this land. And what I'm a little bit worried about is, there's no revenue coming back. I kind of almost feel like we're putting more money into this farm than what's coming out of it. In addition to that, Speaker, I was just now reading the legislation, and there was a memo that has dated December 2nd, 2021 by Dominic Bial with OMB, where he does list, I believe it's 5 concerns. But the one concern that I do have, and I checked to see, is whether the budget form has been updated to include the funding that has already been given to this program, and reflecting again the the unmet needs. And what my question is that the funding is completely different than what is being requested here today. So there was a budget form submitted for unmet needs, and that again is different than what the budget has been submitted. The unmet needs in 2022 was 167,000, and council gave 100,000. So technically, there should only be a $67,000 unmet need, and this is during the fiscal year 2022. But if you look at what the request is of close to 1.9 million, I want to know how we went from 167,000 to 1.9 million. I reserve my time, Speaker.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue.
Thank you very much with that. Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Let me go ahead and put you in the queue, Chairman. So I'll go on down to Honorable Halona at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, and colleagues from 24th Navajo Nation Council. I appreciate the time. And all those listening on the air. I had a question on those 2 ranches you had got started there. Are those private individuals that are renting the land or using the land to run their cattle on? And that's one question. And the second question I had is, when you purchased that land and you knew that the equipment was wore out, was that taken under consideration as far as the purchase price for the land? Did we get any breaks on that, or did we just pay the full amount? That's my 2 questions I have. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go on down to Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Slater, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shania, Speaker Damon. I want to echo the questions that Delegate Charles Newton asked. And second, I see that there was a reduction from the 1.9 to 1.8. I want a little bit more of an explanation of that. But at the Budget and Finance Committee, there's a tabling motion made by Delegate Crotty and second by Delegate Elmer Begay. It passed 3-2, and it was tabled for 60 days for public comments. And then for the Colorado Ranch Enterprise, it was directed to seek alternative resources. So that is CDFI and Division of Economic Development business funds. So I want to know what the status of that directive is. And in terms of the enterprise fund, is the 557,000 or the $500,000 that's in there, is that from revenues that have been generated? And Speaker, I'll reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. So every time at 3 minutes, 59 seconds. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker.
What was yours?
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, and the questions that were posed to the legislation 0252-21. Appreciate the questions from Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, and also Honorable Fennell Halona, and also Vice Chair Carl Slater for asking these questions on this legislation. I have my agents with me. I'm sure they can articulate what was going on in the forums and of that nature. I'd like to turn the floor over to our agent, my agent, Gloria Tom.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Delegate Smith and Speaker Damon, members of the Navajo Nation Council. I want to address the question posed by Delegate Halona regarding the livestock that's on the property now. The department does not contract or lease out the livestock or the bison management. It's a hands-on ranch operation that the department is doing. We're not leasing any of that out. The other questions regarding the revenues to the property, as well as the budget forms, the unmet needs versus the drought impact request. I'd like to turn that over to Mr. Deswood. He can provide you with a more thorough and clear response in regards to the revenues that are being brought in. Mr. Deswood.
Thank you. The enterprise operates on the revenues it generates. And we submit and project revenues anticipated for the fiscal year in the controller's office, and then they set our budgets, our operating budgets at the time. The unique thing with this enterprise operation is that anything that we don't spend or use, which we haven't been able to in the last few years, carries over and adds into the enterprise business unit, I guess. So, but for revenues generated in 2019, we had 874 in revenues, and those came primarily from the hunting, resale of livestock, which is the cow-calf operations for the cattle and bison, the sand and gravel, and that's kind of what is our revenue base right now. In fiscal year 20, $751,402 were generated. And in fiscal 21, $793 was generated. We're currently answering Mr. Honorable Slater's question, currently sitting right now at 505,000 in revenues that have been generated now. And the request going back to Honorable or the request that was made by on the budget forms. I know a new budget form was submitted back in December after we received the memo. So there is the 1.8 million is on the new forms. And I think going back to Honorable Slater's question on the business funds, we have been submitting and requesting funding for the last 4 years, part of the ARPA funding, the Ag Infrastructure Fund, things of those of that nature. We did not know anything about the Economic Development Fund. So we are taking a look at that. But for the operation part in operations we have now, that's what we're pursuing. Now we're also pursuing NRCS funding, EQIP funding. We've got to meet some of their criteria, and the meetings are happening here starting this month and into next, so that we get our conservation plans, we get all the things in place, then we can go after EQIP funding. So we have been looking at other external funds, and even with Colorado Parks and Wildlife at the level here. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tom, and
Speaker.
also Mr. Diswood for the response back. Yes, this was tabled back in BNF. However, as any legislation is tabled, if we're not the final authority, then it moves forward. So that's what happened with this legislation. It did move forward to the next level, and it was acted upon during the time on 2/24 at 12:38 p.m. It was voted unanimously by 19 in favor, nobody opposed, and this legislation is here thus far with the council at this point in time. Just to answer the question of the tabling that happened within the Budget Finance Committee. And turn the floor back over to Speaker.
Thank you very much with that.
Speaker, this is
Speaker.
Edmund. Put me in the sheet pen, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. With that, colleagues, Chairman is in the queue. I'm going to go over to Chairman Daniel So at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to thank you, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Ms. Tom, thank you for the presentation. Mr. Deswood, since it's a cow-calf operation, what was last year's calving rate? And what is this year's calving rate? You said calving season is done. The same way with the Buffalo Ranch. What was the calving rate last year? And have you done pregnancy testing on those buffalo cows? The other is, what was the average weaning weight of the calves last year? And what was the average price that each pound garnered? The other is, in ranch management, when there's a drought, you reduce the number of animals. Did you do that on both operations? The other is, what's the average crop yield on your hay before and then now during the drought? Speaker, I don't know who is probably Miss Mariana Khan. If she could provide us the legislation that was for the purchase. My question would be, what was the anticipated return on investment? And it seems like we're starting to not look at that. The other is, Mr. Deshwood, you talk about NRCS. Within NRCS, there's a program called EQIP. EQIP could help in the replacement of the wells and the outdated pumps and perhaps some of the trucks. And so that would be one avenue that you could apply for. Speaker, that would be the extent of my questions. I reserve my time.
Speaker, should say, put me in the queue.
Thank you very much. Chairman Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 29 seconds. With that, Honorable Eugene So put you in the queue. I'm going to turn the floor over at this time to Chairman Edwin Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council and everyone that's listening online and people that are there at the chambers, good afternoon. Mr. Smith, your legislation and to your agents. I voted in favor of the ranch and kind of surprised to hear that that there's, the progress hasn't really fully kicked in, it seems like. And so I know when this legislation was given to us, there was a lot of good info that we were going to make money for the nation. But like I said, it's surprising that we're not. Maybe it'll take some time. I myself have not been to the ranch, even though there's individuals that had offered, for a visit. I haven't gone there. So, but I am just thinking about if we're going to do this funding, what about the ranchers on the Navajo Nation as well? I mean, the drought is going to be hitting us so hard this summer. And, right now the wind is not stopping. There's sand that's going over the grass. But I'd like to see maybe if I could reserve time that we table the legislation and add on funding for the ranchers as well. So, there's livestock owners. TNR hay is what, $21 a bale. And so, and ranchers are struggling, horse owners and sheep owners, and so maybe I'll make that motion to table this so we can get with Mr. Watchman and draft one legislation to help, the elk and, the wildlife with the Colorado Ranch and the ranchers, which ranchers produce beef. And so steaks, hamburgers, and whatnot. And so that was what I wanted to share. And I don't know what you think, Mr. Smith. Maybe if we can also, like I said, table the legislation and get Leo Watchman involved and Rudy Shabala to put funding for the ranchers. And so I'll go ahead and reserve my time.
With a request
Speaker?
to modify.
Mr. Slater?
I apologize, Mr. Yazzie. I was
you.
trying to second your motion, but also
Thank you very
much.
That's okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Slater. Just help me, sir. Help me if
Thank you
if
very,
you can.
thank you,
Mr. Slater.
thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Yazzie. Tabling motion. Well, first, your reserve time is at 2 minutes and 16 seconds. But your tabling motion, Chairman, is there a time frame?
Time frame, Speaker, sir. Thank you. Time frame would be kind of like right away, but we need to meet with Mr. Watchman and Mr. Smith and his agents and develop a plan. And so just as soon as possible because of the drought situation, sir, Speaker.
I know, but Chairman, I need 20 days, 30 days, 10 days till summer
All right,
session.
sir, Speaker, sir. Let's make it 25 days, sir.
So you bring this legislation back to the Navajo Nation Council within 25 days.
If we can get a special session for the cows. Sir.
Okay. Then 25 days, and that will be to work together with the Department of Agriculture to create probably appropriations or supplemental funds for the Navajo Nation tribal ranchers as well. Working together with Mr. Leo Watchman and his group at the Department of Ag staff. There's a tabling motion on the legislation here before us. With that, colleagues, is there a second?
Speaker.
Second.
Second, Charles Newton.
Second by Honorable Charles Newton. That, colleagues, on the tabling motion, there's no debate.
Question of privilege.
Point of privilege, Chairman. Point of privilege, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Slater. Or Smith.
Sorry, Vice Chair Slater. Vice Chair Slater, floor yours.
I wanted to second that motion. I thought it was acknowledged, but the request is to make this a referral motion and to do it within 60 days, just knowing how slow the turnaround is within the government, and include a directive for the program to develop a plan to transition this operation into an enterprise that would stand alone and not need additional financial resources from the Navajo government. And then a directive for them to seek funding from the different funds within the Division of Economic Development, including the SSBCI funding that has come in as a part of ARPA. And also to look at loans or additional funding through the Navajo Nation CDFI. And they could take into consideration the nation guaranteeing a part of that in order to make it viable. But I think that those really need to be a part of this conversation, in addition to requesting from the Department of Ag to look at allocating additional resources for our Navajo Nation ranchers. So that's my request to the motioning parties. Thank you.
Sorry, I was talking to myself on mute. Somebody muted me. Thank you very much with that, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Honorable Chairman Yazi, there's a request on that point of privilege.
Speaker, sir, I'm good with that request.
That could you please repeat the staff? Can you please repeat the tabling motion to action? The request has been modified from 25 days to 60 days now, and then also with that additional information. Can someone please read that back into the record?
Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council, the tabling motion is to table for 60 days. And for the program, or the ranch program, to seek information to develop into an enterprise, to also seek funding from the economic development and CDFI, and also to work with the Department of Agriculture, where the Department of Agriculture would provide additional resources for drought to other tribal ranches within the Navajo Nation. And I believe that was it, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. With
Speaker,
that, there's a motion. And the second, colleagues, on to table the legislation no longer than 60 days to bring it back to council. So with that, there's no debate on the
point of
motion,
privilege,
colleagues.
Speaker.
Point of privilege. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. That was not what I said. I said to refer the legislation to NABI, and I think the importance of that is if we table it, if it's tabled a second time, the legislation will cease to exist. The referral will allow it to continue to exist, and I want it to continue to exist because we may be able to assist Navajo Nation ranchers, not Navajo Nation ranches. So our Navajo ranchers, not more ranches. And then I think it's important to include the specific funding sources like the SSBCI, the CDFI, potentially guaranteeing loans by the nation, and developing a plan to transition this operation into a tribal enterprise that will stand alone. And I believe that that's what Mr. Yazzie and Mr. Charles Newton consented to.
Thank you very much. It seems like it seems like thank you very much. It seems like every time we go back, the directives expands even further. So I'm gonna, colleagues, take a 15-minute recess and make sure we get this right. Want to recess? Time now is 4:35 p.m. Come back at 4:50. Thank you. Now you can open up the blinds. Wow.
Speaker, go on mute.
And
Hello? Speaker, are we voting? Speaker, are we voting?
Delegate
Mr.
Elmer
Begay.
Begay. They're in a 15-minute recess. Be back here at 4:55, I think he said.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh.
go. Colleagues, let's go ahead and get back into session. Time now is 4:51. With that, Ms. Ota, if we can go ahead and do a roll call. Thank you for allowing us to take that recess.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Sada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty answered. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Daniel's present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not
Delegate
answer.
James
Roll.
present.
Honorable Vince
Delegate James.
James answered. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable
I'm
Eugene.
here.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Here.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Elmer Brigade present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Elmer Brigade
Elmer
present.
Key Allen is present. Elmer Key
Honorable-
Allen is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Almer Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 20 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 20 members present. Good afternoon. Actually getting into good evening. Let's go ahead and go back to where we were at, where we left off. We did have a motion by Chairman Edmund Yazzie, second by Honorable Slater. And this is second by Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, sorry. And then there was a request, point of privilege in that Honorable Slater asked for clarity and further discussion, further time on the tabling motion, and then referring it over to, or changing it over to a referral motion. So with that, if you could read the language into the record at this time, and I'll go back to Honorable Chairman Yazzie to see if he concurs. But Slanka? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motion to refer legislation 0252-21 to the Nabucco Committee and bring back to Navajo Nation Council no later than 60 days. Directive to the Department of Agriculture to develop a plan to transition the operation into an independent tribal enterprise. To seek additional funding from the Navajo Nation CDFI Division of Economic Development State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, and other funding sources within the nation, and loans to stand up business viability, and to seek additional funding for Navajo Nation ranchers. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, sir, members of the council, I'm good with that.
Okay, with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
I'm good with that too, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, there's a tabling motion that stated on the board, no longer to 60 days with additional information. Let's go to the board on a tabling, or actually no, on a referral motion. Let's go to the board. Oh. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, on a tabling motion, I'd go to you and you would get 3 minutes at council. On a referral motion, you do not, in the code, there's no such thing as time to give you additional, and this is just referring it back to Navajo Committee. So with that, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I can't hear you.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. On the, there's a request that from my agent saying, not the Department of Agriculture, and the directive should be to the Department of Fish and Wildlife because they're requesting this. But just wanted to make that known to the motion parties that are putting this as a table in motion. The legislation does speak to the need that is presented here for the council under the Department of Fish and Wildlife, who's overseeing this ranches. Speaker.
Recommendation then is, as stated, we're going to the board. The request has already been made. The recommendation would, at this point, would to vote this down, and then you could change it. If not, let this directive moving forward. That, colleagues, go to the board.
Speaker, point of privilege, Freeland.
Point of privilege, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, colleagues, would this motion be considered out of order then, if that's the case, if it's not addressing fish and wildlife rather than ag? Thank you. That's my question, motion. My point of privilege. Thank you.
The what? Thank you very much, colleagues. This directive, the way the directive is made is the way that we're moving forward. If the directive is not in line, that's just the best route right now, colleagues, is the tabling or referral motion is in place. If there is any changes or there should be suggestions, the recommendation then is to vote down this referral motion, and I'll go back to the floor, and at that time, the individuals can make a further referral. Well, we're on a vote right now. So Honorable Slater asked if there was, can Honorable Vice Chairman Yazzie just withdraw the motion? And the question, the answer is no, because we already stated we're going to a vote. So colleagues, we're going to a vote on this directive, or actually a referral motion. No, I'm confused.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Doggett Allen votes red.
Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Doggett Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber, 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 Honorable Amber Canespa Cardi did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Holona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is set.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Cardi is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 5 in favor, 16 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you, colleagues, for that. On referral motion, 5 in favor, 16 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion carried. Motion fails. That we are back on the main motion. I don't have anybody in the queue. Oh, actually, I do. Chairman Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours. And then I'll go back to reserve time if there's no other colleagues in the queue.
Chris Kanda Sweeney Wade. Astire Resia Halia. No 100 Olia. The Kati Asa Statna. And they say this cocky, causing us. They are not on the topic sound and you laugh and you're saying this. I don't know, I don't know. But she do tell. I don't know that John, I tell not a hundred died of it. Eight on our close in the teach. But got caught up. Eight out a ranch at Illuba when you see. I was just wondering, this is what we're doing with this ranch. And, no, ella va a Juliana na casa a Juliana ko e ante o as aronda na ta ho nan te e diego que es y aronde yo na tona e han ta he to ka aro el don se en vego ko ka ho y kai we ya ta ne za tin del ka e ho ki ti ka e just ka But arrange that illegal back on the I think that's more England during the way past it on then that's cut technology. So I presume and I assume that this is being done. If it's being done accordingly with this the animal unit that is yours, and some because they sheep unit, unless about a yadi children and say you start to hope I thought yeah, hot. 11 year 18 class 8 base of any kid or Dean Jonathan G. Nilon, so on this case, you try you kind of to feed yourself, you start supplementing animals. That means you don't have grass out there. And you're not going along with a natural resource, the nature, the harmony. It's a hundred in the local area, because you have to send a hundred, you know, Joe, I even manage. Then Anish Kaya. I could go a serious but these are what answer. He always said that supplemental is not a real good thing when you have livestock on the range. If you start doing it, you start defeating yourself because you're helping to overgraze, keeping animals out there. And then what you did is cow, calf, pasture, husband, so fancy getting that. I'm pretty sure you took him out into the fence, took him back out in the alley. They don't let them sleep in there. If you put them in there for so many hours, take them back out to the alley, let them sleep in there. Put out as ice, man. So and there was a question. There was no hay. Man. It has to have hay if you want to run a cow pasture because you have to cut some to use it for the winter. When I was working out there with that old man, but he passed on. But what I picked up is how I see the range and ranching out there. And in regards to USDA, there's a lot of resources in there, a lot of programs. Equipment needs us, or you program then there's fish and wildlife. USDA, Yankee, or your don't in so area, they not initial other base. Oh, yes. So it's there. But I don't know if a ranch can work with a Colorado NRC as the state USDA. They got all the money for any kind, especially drought, especially climate change. There are more funds that are being Biden gave enough of the in there because of the ARPA funds. There's a lot in there. So on those continent, there's a lot in there you can look into. So I would like to make a directive if after this legislation is going towards passing or failing. I reserve my time, Speaker Chair. Thank you.
Every time at 20 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Henio. Good afternoon. Good evening. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon. 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just earlier, listening to the conversation regarding the attempted tabling a referral motion. And so there's the remarks that were made about what about the ranchers. And the way I look at it, that's separate from this legislation. We did have money from the Agricultural Infrastructure Fund through the Department of Agriculture and through our drought insurance. So I think that if we need to go that route, there should be a separate legislation to be dropped for our local ranchers within the Navajo Nation. And AD built in so much this case as the referral motion was being made. So maybe we could reconsider that and look at the drought insurance because there's money within the Department of Agriculture. And so throughout the Navajo Nation, there has been, CKP has been moving forward with the AIF, taking in applications, and even money was given to the chapters, AD Betrasni, for the same purpose here, hay, to purchase hay and feed for the livestock producers. So AD Aitnape on this is already there. And so DAF to for one of our fish and wildlife enterprises, AD Kabande Tinko. And it's a real good operation. I've seen it firsthand. And bison is really, I mean, everybody in Colorado, from what I've been hearing, is that they're going to the bison producing right now for their meat and their hides. And their hides, as when it comes to ceremonies, those are valuable. And that's our resource that we have up there in Colorado. So even adi opportunity manda details. So just keep our focus on fish and wildlife and the operations in Colorado, and to provide assistance is the way I see it. Although on the other hand, with the local ranchers, we can go back to the Department of Agriculture and have a meeting with them and how we can move that agriculture infrastructure fund to either increase it or expand it. That'd be my recommendations to the Speaker Damon, and I reserve my time.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes. That and everybody else in the queue. So let me go back to Vice Chair Smith for a response, and I'll go back to reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. Thank you for voting down that modification. Yes, this is separate from the request, and Ag Department does have funding, and the enterprise up in Colorado is in operation. However, the COVID-19 did affect the sales and also the operation during the COVID-19, but I heard that we're in a yellow status, and I'm sure that things will be going for a different outlook of the ranch. And I appreciate Honorable Chair Henio speaking on behalf and seeing the ranch up there firsthand. And I'll turn the floor back over to my agents on behalf of the concerns and questions that were posed by Council Shinaya, Eugene. So, Ms. Doria, Tom.
Yes, this is Gloria, Tom. My phone battery is about to die, so I want to charge it. Can I go ahead and defer the question over to Mr. Diswood?
Ms. Tom, we can barely hear you.
She said she wants to refer the question to Mr. Deswood.
Thank you. What I guess I'm kind of a little confused here. I guess I haven't presented in situations like this. What are we answering there?
Okay, with that, Vice Chair Smith, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker, we'll go ahead and move forward on the legislation.
Thank you. With that, going back to the floor, we'll go back to reserve time. I have Madam Chair Charles in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Going twice. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes, 50 seconds, going 3 times. That, moving on down. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes and 59 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to make the motion that was offered earlier and we worked on, but instead of Department of Agriculture, can you say the Division of Natural Resources? I reserve my time.
That. Scared me.
It scared me.
That. Honorable Slater, motion to refer legislation 00 or 0252-21. And this is the way it's written. Motion to refer legislation 0252-21 to the NAPETIC committee and bring back to the Navajo Nation Council no longer than 60 days. Directive to the Division of Natural Resources to develop a plan to transition the operation into an independent tribal enterprise, to seek additional funding through Navajo Nation CDFI, Division of Economic Development, State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, and other funding sources within the nation and loans to stand up business viability, and to seek additional funding to the Navajo Nation ranchers. Motion by Honorable Slater. Is there, Honorable Slater? What?
Funding sources within.
What correction after other, put funding sources within and outside the nation. That, colleagues, there is a motion for referral on legislation 0252-21. Honorable Slater, is there a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. That, colleagues, on referral motion, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
We're voting? Voting?
Yes, we are voting on a
Vote green.
referral motion.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Okay, Keon votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes Brocati is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Haney votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is here?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green.
It's a lot.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. And for the record, Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 7 in favor, 13 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With 7 in favor, 13 opposed, and Speaker not voting, motion fails. With that, colleagues, we are back on the main motion. And I'm continuing on down on reserve time. That, moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 29 seconds on reserve time. Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 29 seconds on reserve time. Chairman Daniel So going 3 times. 2 minutes and 29 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker.
2 minutes and 16 seconds. Chairman Yazzie, floor is yours.
Speaker. Speaker, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, 2 minutes and 16 seconds, Chairman Yazzie.
Okay, I think I heard Chairman So too. I'll just make mine real quick, okay? I appreciate the legislation, and I did hear the comments of suggestions of doing another legislation to help the ranchers
So I will go ahead and do that, and would like the council, I would like to ask the council for their support. So on that, for cows, horses, goats, sheep, and pigs, and llamas. And so, so what else am I forgetting? Yeah, that's for our livestock. So I'll be making that request. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie. That, colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 20 seconds.
I voted green because there's a lot of more information we had to attend to because of funding. There's a lot of funding out there. Thank you, Speaker.
Right. Moving on down. Honorable Chairman Pino, 2 minutes.
Shake Speaker Gaming. Our 24th Nomination Council released legislation again, looking at listening to different arguments, and I appreciate Delegate Edmund Yazzie looking to work with Department of Agriculture to seek other funding for ranches, and I feel that that's a good move on his behalf, and I'd be there to support him on that, to look at expanding the agricultural infrastructure fund to get that legislation moving. And the other part is that I noticed that Resource Development Committee all voted red on this referral motion, and I'm glad that they are listening to Kodoshin and Vice Chair Slater, who made a good point that this operation should be considered as an enterprise, standalone enterprise. And so I support that idea, but I believe that maybe this was where Resource Development Committee would start moving forward with this idea and working with Navajo Fish and Wildlife and Navajo Department Division of Natural Resources to make this happen if they feel that this is a good move. So that goes to the Speaker Damon, addition of 24th Navajo Nation Council. With that, I yield the rest of my time.
Speaker Freeling, can you put me in the queue box? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Honorable Otto, so this is who I have in the queue. Well, thank you very much, Chairman. I have Honorable Vince James and Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Yellow Hair, then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Freeland. That.
Speaker, what happened to my time? Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, I called on you on reserve time. I will come back to reserve time.
What Edo?
Hey, thank you. With that, moving on down. Honorable James.
Thank you, speakers and members of the council and audience. Thank you. Good afternoon. In regards to this legislation, I do have a question, and my first question is going to be for the Colorado Ranch. Who has the livestock there, and are there any? What are the fees that the nation's receiving, if any? Fees are being paid by the individuals that are using the ranch. Why? Another third question is, why are ranches being bought and not being used by majority of our Navajo ranchers? That's my third question. Reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, reserve time at 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Hello, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Hello,
legislation sponsor Eli. That's Dado. Good afternoon. Out of the Fish and Wildlife that are on the line. I have a question. It's relating to conservation. As we say that there's a drought and we need more, I guess, rain and to depend on the grass. And there's those, if we need more rain, and we know that we're experiencing a drought for so many more years to come. And I just wanted to ask what kind of conservations that's relating to drought are being in plans that I think that there should be part of this funding that's being requested. Because I understand that just during the drought, just buy more hay and buy more grains and buy more water and things like that. That doesn't solve the drought. You have to have a plan for it, conservation plan. So like this could be retaining to the soil and land, and anything that's like capturing the runoff. The rain, either how or they're being planned into this fundings that's being requested. So either you have the 3 more question, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Every time at 2 minutes and 58 seconds. That I'm going back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you again, Speaker, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. At this point in time, I still have my agents with me, and they know exactly how that ranch is being operated, and they can answer the questions for Honorable Vince James, and also Shida asking the question on the drought and the plan and the conservation. There is a concern of that up in that ranch, and we are going to address that accordingly. So I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Tom. Ms. Tom?
Yes, thank you, Delegate Smith. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay, I'm having problems with my phone. I'm on the road right now. I want to have Mr. Deswood go over again the livestock operation, the cow-calf operation. The Navajo Nation owns the animals. We manage it, and we generate revenue off the sales of the calves each year. And we also have some water conservation initiatives that have been started on the property. So I'll have Mr. Deswood explain that. Sam?
Good afternoon, or almost good evening, members of council. And thank you for those questions. As Ms. Tom had mentioned, the Navajo Nation is owner of the livestock in the cattle, bison, all the handling operations here. The enterprise, or what we're doing with the ranch enterprise, is developing the herds. We do have additional plans and in maybe a stocker operation, some meat sales and things of that nature, but that's in real preliminary discussions right now. So all of that is based on the herds here, and once we develop the stocking rates, which is part of some of the funding here, NRCS, like I had mentioned earlier, is coming in. We are going to do forage production. We are going to do carrying capacity, then define our stocking rates based on the carrying capacity of the land. Some of the things I think Honorable Elmer Begay asked, as well as conservation plan, we are in that process of addressing the cattle operations and the challenges that we're facing. And one of the things is, I think we see economics from the economic standpoint is drought increases, cattle prices historically decline because a lot of the other ranchers are getting, are culling their animals as well. And I think we're also changing from, I guess, the supplemental feed program. We do have that. We have a 180-day supplemental feed program, and we also provide the minerals to keep body condition scores up, and we do provide protein cake for the animals. But one of the things I think we're going to do is change from or work to where we expand the grazing on the ranges that we have over a longer period of time, which would help us minimize in buying hay, but to get us through this. But some of the other conservation plans, as far as livestock that we're considering, is maintaining our cattle numbers probably at 75 to 80% of the stocking levels. We're culling cows. Our cull cows will be determined based on age, body structure, and even productivity in terms of how they breed back quicker. We're going to begin to test the hay to know the value or the protein content of it. There's some things that we're doing with drought, consider the early weaning, and so that we can, I guess, minimize impacts to the range itself. And some of the things that we've got planned is maintaining 6 to 8 inches of stubble height on our ranges, and probably 3 to 4 inches of stubble height on our pastures that we feed on. And this is kind of leading to capturing water, so that when it does rain, the stubble gets, or it snows, it does capture it and allows it to get into the ground. Part of the funding that we have here is also to build catchments to not replace, but probably repair and build some new dirt tanks. We've got mastication project for our forest unit to open up and remove some of the old dead trees to improve or open up some of the grazing areas, and to allow, we've got such a high stocking density in trees that a lot of that water is not getting into the ground, so we're going to end up removing them to allow the water to get to the ground, let it get down and I guess get to the understory. So that's kind of what we've got in the plan, or working toward the plan. Again, trying to minimize, as we get through the hay production or hay needs, changes in that, changing in a lot of land management improvements, so that so we do catch the water. We do see, we protect the erosion or the soils and everything from erosion. So that's kind of what we've got as conservation plans. And I guess I forgot and mentioned it a little bit earlier. Once we get those conservation plans with the NRCS, then we get the ranch record, and we can go in and start getting EQIP funding and some of the things that the funding available
They don't
from
have it now.
NRCS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I conclude your response, Chairman, Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Honorable Speaker Damon. The other question that was posed was Colorado Ranch, who owns the livestock? Navajo Nation in itself does own the livestock, and there's no fees being paid by anybody that's running livestock up there. That's Navajo Nation that purchased the land and also the animals that came with it. So we are the owners of said animals, and that's where Mr. Deswood is taking care of that. The other thing too, Shenandoah, there's a spring that's naturally percolating near the base of the mountain, and we went up there. We saw the spring, and that is also part of the water conservation. We own the water rights, and we own the water rights on behalf of that ranch within Wolf Spring. That's where they call Wolf Spring, and that's where we went up and looked exactly where that is percolating out, and there is water that's coming out, and it's good quality water. So we do have an advantage on behalf of that, and that's where Mr. Deswood is one to work with the NRCS to get a conservation plan and to ensure that we don't waste water or lose water. And we are working diligently on that, and RDC has knowledge of that too. So Shenandoah, with that, Chairman, Speaker Damon, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, I do have Honorable Yellow Hair, then Honorable also, then Honorable Freeland, then I'll go back to reserve time. That Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours at this time.
Yat Ehmanashanant, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yes, to the speaker, Kudo, Nakasan Taizabi Achille, Arashin Nation of Saint Lore. Roye, I sit Nahon, and I know what the wheat Aroit in Dodge Ains, Rodofata. Shady Ahot Aid or open the teacher. Johnny Shin Hikaya, in Hilate, in Yan. Bekashito, Hilate, had even Yebichenayasna. Did out eight of the teacher. The very resident need after the bandit as a never resident only individual, but not a did all he hon Nilo non Kaista. But all sister baby they think cut. Or they gonna buy a tibet as cut. So eight of entity, China at eight you can't teach Navajo Nation, because teacher didn't she need anything Arashiba need in all the other rancher. We could have said another legislation for that one. Or she can talk about the Kadita. She wants to go a lot to reserve my time. I could also see the debate would be a big that got off. Bobby that it Ashanantani. I share a speaker. I be Sazino, the debate. Thank you very much for your support. I respectfully request this. Thank you, Shanat, 24 Navajo Nation Council.
Honorable Yellow Hair, 3 minutes and 27 seconds is your cease debate, or is your reserve time. Give me 2 minutes, call a minute. I need to add the numbers up on the cease debate motion.
Rika still on the line?
Oh, Jay.
Roger.
Star 6, speaker.
Honorable Bill here. There's to accept your cease debate motion, there should be a balance. At this time, there's 5 individuals who have stated they're for this, 2 who have stated they're against, and 5 who have not stated their position. So with that, at this time, we have been on this legislation for 2 hours, colleagues. At this time, I am not going to accept that cease debate because there's no balance. Honorable Adoso.
Thank you, Chair. I respect that.
Honorable Adoso, floor is yours.
All right, can you guys hear me now? Net house position simply hard shin nane on neck inche. So adi Facebook ba adi ta ito tayo do best hanel bin kadi ta ito no kiti ta Roshan ya ya you ya this aho the sao sang so not an liniban hal ha ko ni de sabe dan hadi ahi khote ni tate ni aniki nash in there to address the drought issues and mitigation on the tribal ranch that the Navajo Nation has purchased up in Wolf Creek in Boyer. Alcohol. For all his hard the shin the il cotton hitna na all what could you just could you done that just hard be done that just start could you not all what bang again late bunny yat here did ya liki ashar the mail sagi 1,900,1.9 million. Ehune na yoki dashin sagoton da hindo toshi oyoshi ya that ne just doing on oh you see ebony yeah alcohol did shinan apahazin yeah so hard she to help to address the drought issues. The ranching program lady bekashi yajnan to bekashi ayan aj biyaje ndahani hikishi that's the operation, and I believe what information is in the budget form talks and speaks to the mitigation of the drought. Lead ego la da do ni ko pen da do ni shi so big ta ho ya do an da you was in da do ni shi so san do ni ka ga do an da den da ye na che big ka shi between aha mineral je so na hiton ni alcohol ya to khata to bata cho bata bata to non da credo she ebony ya alcohol been on the ranch tour at one point, and it's a beautiful ranch up there. And yeah, koko ate gasinto yando bekashina ni te. It's supposed to be a ranch that's supposed to run on its own. But on the operation portion, the mitigation and drought mitigation, what so sinan ti te onas vitati nesto cha hadonni here's an adin hitaki there's ya he'll sign this legislation into law. So that's just my thought of this. And na kid over laugh on ye kid what an hanash ko we saw yet reserve my time.
Hey, thank you, Honorable. Also, 30 seconds on your reserve time. We're done. 33 seconds, sorry. Honorable Mark Freeland, floor is yours at this time.
Okay, see. Good afternoon. Speaker Damon, colleagues, members of the 24th Nomination Council, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., your agents, Ms. Tom and Sam. Good afternoon, Sam. Hope you're keeping warm up there at Wolf Springs. I just wanted to encourage your support of this legislation, and I speak to this because of the volatility and the pristine beauty of the ranch itself. And if you have not been there, I would recommend you going there and seeing it for yourself. You need to see this place, Shanata. You really need to see and take it in. And it's right at the base of Cisnachina. And you walk out the front door, and our East Sacred Mountain is right there. And it's behold, and it's what a beautiful sight. I appreciate the operation portion being discussed as well, and keeping in mind that this ranch was purchased during the 23rd Council's direction, and then President Russell Begay. And understandably, I don't know if there was a plan at that time to incorporate, to set this as a standalone operation on its own. I don't know if that was ever discussed or if that's a part of the original legislation when it was purchased. Something for us to look into as well, if that's something we want to look at. Just seeing how the operation is ran firsthand. Boyer to the north, the cattle operation. When this ranch was bought, there was 700 to 800 cattle on that Boyer, and it was completely overgrazed. And the operation, or the Fish and Wildlife Department, had to make changes to that. And right now, because of the reduction of the herd, they're trying to work to get the forage healed, the land healed, and vice versa with Wolf Springs on the bison side. 900 head of bison at one time, but because of the overgrazing situation, that had to change. So they have made tremendous changes, and they have made tremendous strides. As far as the hay operation is concerned, remember down here in lower elevations, we can get 3, maybe 4 cuts if we're lucky a year. Up there, they grow their own hay, and they only get 2 cuts a year. This is about 9,000 plus feet in altitude, and we have to remember that as well. They don't get a full planting season and a full crop season for hay, so that's something for us to remind ourselves as well. Thank you for working with NRCS, Sam, and Fish and Wildlife. We need to continue to battle for our water rights up there and protect them as well. We need to stay stern and stay the course on that. Maybe a recommendation for Fish and Wildlife. If there's a lot of questions or a lot of situations where our people are wanting to know more about the ranch, maybe Fish and Wildlife could have an open house and invite the public to see this. They need to see this for themselves. This is owned by the people, and this is owned by the Navajo Nation, and the animals that are there are owned by the people and they're owned by the Navajo Nation. So maybe a recommendation to Fish and Wildlife is to have open houses this summer and let our people see this ranch for themselves. That would be a recommendation I would strongly suggest. I do support the legislation. I've been there. I was there initially when I was working at the office of the president back then, but understandably the situation back then, and we did get like a $30 to $40 million decrease on the initial asking price at that time. So, you know, just to see the operation itself, and if we do look at having reduction as far as continual herd or continual animal reduction, that's going to be another severe situation we need to talk about. The crops are another situation because of the drought, but we need to continue to pray for rain always. And you know, it can happen. I know that they got some hay last year, but that hay is supposed to be a supplement for the winter months and help feed the animals during the winter months. So we need hay, and that's why this legislation is so vital, to have the equipment, to have the necessary means to continue with that crop operation. So Shananta, Speaker, I wanted just to mention that much, and you know, I don't want to invite my colleagues or the public, but maybe have Fish and Wildlife invite them up there as well and see it for themselves, and the beauty and pristine of we're so blessed to have this ranch, and we're so blessed to have this land in Colorado. And once you see it for yourself, you'll understand why we need to protect it and we need to take care of it as well. So Eddie, Speaker, I don't know how much time I have left, but I'll go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
I'm right at 5 minutes.
I'll waive it then. Thank you, Speaker.
What? I know I said he ran out of his 5 minutes. Okay, with that, we're on down. Honorable Stewart, floor is yours.
To the speaker, I don't got colleagues and for the 41st Navajo Nation Council. Okay, Kodogi aya. He's on set okay. This recess a bit yard down be hasti. Don Kodogi not gloshi. Clean that a dot a ishin he not glosh and the nigi. A on the hill for those not less. Though quite honest, should not on hit it on Nilta. Quanes great out in it on Nilta. Other big hit has the Raho, Banjil Jollo, Hobanjil Ihum. A quite out with Bahazantla. Quite out a Yashiyaho, being not it such a Kodogi Sestao a Yabayashti. Our ranchers, our farmers, Navajo Nation, Bangi A Bahanas. Benina AIF funding, agriculture infrastructure funding. I'm pushing that for the Navajo Nation ranchers. So bebe beso Doya Nahaniada. Di put out enroll nada deal niche. Dosha don't need the Cornell set down. You this more not less than 7 miles away. I don't like Shega, I don't like the Quaggin is Jipacadi, Navajo Nation, Baggy A Naha, see Zindo list. Every year, but our base in Japan, Indo list. Those don't need them. Quado Besmas, unnecessarily on the ta. Without a quite arranged ranchers and then give farmers and Nigi Bahasti. I don't know because a permit the whole lonely a pa nasty. Kon the honest one his better housing the art and he permit the whole load of store. Hashing that a permit what no do hashing that a shall but approve about the conservation plan, then he a big prove it that you know. The legislation as livestock owners on Navajo Nation. Whether we are livestock owners on a daily basis or just dressed the part, these are our livestock. Iyana and Liniki. Patient Adanda Kaigi, ADG, Ahuya, Apin Yapi Kaigi based on the kid. Honor the market value of topic Ahuasto. RFD F channel Janesh on the current cowboy channel Janesh on that they tell you in the livestock report. The queen is not a bishop, Bekasi. Bekashi than Liniki a pata and then the Yaneta a dash kid by the week. And it fluctuates. And we first purchased this ranch. These questions, I don't know if they were addressed then, but like I said, we are the ranchers now. We are the owners of this ranch. So how are we going to help our ranch? What are we going to do? What needs to be done? Yes, we need to bring back the division and see what plan they have. In the Kodogim ranch manager, let me get a store. So it wants a lot. So every year, how many livestock did I sell? So what equipment do I need replaced? The charge the budget and then you get to say this is how much I need to get these vehicles updated. We have an EMS supervisor that's driving the same vehicle for the past 20 years. So we have departments and divisions out here too that need funding like that. So these are areas that I'm looking at, but I do want to support our livestock out there because, like I said, they don't speak for themselves. We are the ranchers. It is our responsibility to make sure that some funding goes out there. That's all I want to say to the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That. Let me go ahead and go back to, I don't have everybody else in the queue. Let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Speaker, I did send an email asking if we could get a copy of the original legislation that purchased this ranch. I'd like to see what the purpose of purchasing this ranch was. And if that was to do revenue, then I feel like we are technically spinning our wheels here. And it's hard to give funding to a ranch that is off the Navajo Nation, making the argument that the purpose is to bring in revenue, but we're putting more money into it. And so at this point, Speaker, I do need that legislation. I reserve my time.
Thank you. 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Staff, if you could get that legislation, original legislation to Madam Chair. That, moving on down. Honorable Slater, 3 minutes and 52 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you. The question I'd like to ask is, are these ranch lands insured with the CKP program or anything similar? And I guess second, I'll offer some comments and then probably waive my time, but you know, okay, sorry, there's a really bad echo here in the chamber. Can folks turn down their phones? Jesus. Speaker, I'm hearing a lot of feedback right now. Is no one else hearing that?
Colleagues, can you make sure your phones are mute? Or turn your phones down? Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's just not a prudent idea to give money away to an enterprise that is not able to fulfill the funding obligations that it needs to exist. And the fact that this is not even an enterprise, it's not set up to be sustainable at this point. It would have been smart to put this ranch into an enterprise format instead of setting it up as a division of the nation, because the government is not set up to be sustainable in a business sense. It's not set up to make profit and try to keep itself moving. And I'm afraid this is just going to set the precedence that anytime we make ranch purchases, we'll go in and bail them out. The West is, the biggest drought in several hundred years, and that's not going to change. So it was an interesting concept buying this. I think there's a lot of cultural value and significance to it, but at a certain point, you got to think about what are the losses that we're going to incur as a nation in order to make this whole. We're not maximizing the value of this place. We have the cattle operations, but we haven't done anything, it seems, to add in value for, running a tourism operation, bringing our kids up there, our youth, teaching them about how that used to be part of Denata and how that area is very special and significant. I know that COVID's impacted some of that, but I've heard nothing to the effect of the planning to do those things. And I don't see how 1.9 million or $1.8 billion is better spent up there than it is down on our own Navajo ranchers who are going to be struggling with the same drought. It's nothing against the people who are managing this. I think they're doing an admirable job and doing everything that they can to make this a successful operation. But I haven't had a single constituent or rancher come up to me and say, this is a good idea. And I think that speaks volumes. If your focus is on the people, their viability, and their success, having a prosperous life here on the res, this is not doing anything to advance that. It's not doing anything to further. No. So I think that it's not a prudent speaker. I'm going to waive the rest of my time. This is ridiculous with this background noise.
Thank you for the rest of your time. Moving on down. Chairman Daniel So, 2 minutes and 29 seconds.
Speaker Delegate Daniel So, since we're back on the main motion, my original questions to Mr. Deswood would need to be answered. The other is, folks, let's just realize that, it was probably a unanimous vote to purchase this. And there was all kinds of great ideas, grand ideas, but hasn't played out. There just has to be herd reduction on both ranches. That's what our people are doing out here. They're having to reduce. And that's the factual matter that the ranch manager and Fish and Wildlife have to face. Reduce the herd. If it was overgrazed, then it's going to take years for that overgrazing to recover. That's how people out here operate. And so that's the real part. These other aspects of, oh, it's pretty and we ought to turn it into, we'll do that as a side operation. But all we're hearing is failing equipment, old equipment, drought. We need to redo the system. That's certainly different than what was probably presented to the 23rd Council. The reality, RDC took the drought tour. Those same factors that they saw on the drought tour exist up there. Have RDC come and says, hey, we need to restore the watershed here, let's appropriate this. No, nothing. And we have to do something with this. Action is directive, reduce the herd, let the land recover.
Time, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. That. Moving on down. Honorable Vince James. 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Thank you, speakers, members of the council audience. In regards to the title of this legislation, drought mitigation, and then if you look at the budget forms, can you please explain to me the understanding of purchase of replacement of both when we're in a drought mitigation scenario situation here? And then also, can you explain to me how a dozer oil pan repair, a backhoe new engine repair coincides with the title of this legislation? And then you also have transmission repair. You also have on here to buy some solar pump. I think a lot of our Navajo people are in a drought situation, and they would also like to consider the nation to buy them a solar pump or any of these equipments. And then through your drought mitigation, can you also explain to me the funds that you guys are going to use on this traditional Hogan kit, apartment repairs, and then purchasing enormous amount of equipment, setting fuel tanks, gas, diesel, gooseneck trailers, utility trailers, dump trailers, purchasing 2 3/4 ton trucks, 3/4 tons trucks, and on top of that, purchasing ATVs, UTVs, cab tractors, a couple cab tractors, a couple backhoes on here. Can you explain to me how all of this falls under the drought mitigation and why you have $1.4 million under the capital outlay? How does that fall under the drought mitigation that you guys are requesting under this legislation? Reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 1 minute, 55 seconds. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to Vice Chair Smith, the sponsor.
Here, Speaker, those Bishmasan 19, those North Sagi. There's several comments that were made on behalf of the legislation to encourage our fish and wildlife and the property that was acquired. And there was questions on behalf of the equipment, bull purchases, and questions on conservation, questions on cultural value, and it not being an enterprise. And that's what I'll turn over to the agent, Sam Diswood. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. I think going back to some questions that were asked on the reduction, going into in I think 2020, our productivity was probably about 90% when we got the wean weights and for the cattle, and about 92% for the bison in terms of preg checks. You know, we do preg checks in September for the cattle and in December for the bison. And in 2021, we were running about 95% in the cattle and 98% in the bison. And that's just a recovery on the range and some of the things that we've done. Prices in 20 for the cattle were $1.52 for our steers, $1.40 for the heifer calves. In 21, we came in at about $1.72 for the steers and about $1.54 for the heifers. For both years, our bison calves on the heifers were about $700 an animal, and about $1,120 for, I take that back, $1,100 for the bull calves in 20, and $1,500 for the bull calves in 21. We did do a reduction in our herd. We took 30% out of our bison herd, and we culled 159 animals. Our cattle herd, we reduced about 27%, and we culled 105. Most of those were animals that were old, and we mouthed every one of them, and that's when we re-tagged our cattle, and we did the same thing with the bison. Now, what we do with our calves and what we have implemented is we take ear notches and we're testing for BVD on all of our calves as we run them through. We do the VAC 34 vaccination program under Superiors. And this year we started the intranasal vaccine for the newborn calves. In 20, our wean weights for the cattle, for the steers was 459 and 446 for the heifer calves. In 21, our wean weights were 550 for the steer calves and 530 for the heifers, and they were sold through the Superior Livestock Auction. And they were purchased from ranches out of Kansas and went to the wheat fields from there. That's the information that we have. We're going to be branding May 21st. Again, we start the precondition vaccination program with them underneath the VAC 34 program. We are looking at working with Superior Livestock Auction as well as Crossroads Cattle Company out of Kansas. So those are some of the things. The budget itself, answering the question on that drought mitigation, the purchase of bulls is that we need to rotate, and that's part of heterogeneity in things that we do, and bulls out, and we're going to replace those. We've actually gone through a lease program with Diamond Peak out of the northwestern part of the state, and a lot of them bulls are coming in, they're already tested. We're not carrying them throughout 9 months out of the year, so they're here for about a 60 to 75 day period, and then they go home, go back to Diamond Peaks. The equipment repairs, the vehicles and everything that we have all lead down to the agricultural production that we have in our hay. In 2019, we had production, we produced 400 tons of hay, and that was beginning of the drought. In 2020, we didn't produce any because we didn't have the water, and everything was, expenses were associated with the purchase of hay, and that's when the reductions happened as well. Last year, we were blessed with moisture. We got through, and we produced 1,700 or 1,754 tons of hay we put in the barns. One of our goals, and part of this is to help, and its mitigation on the long term, is that we have 1,500 tons in reserve, and that's kind of the process we set up for us. Now, the transmission repairs are on these 7710, and that's the equipment repairs that helps us get to the point of where we can get these tractors out in the field, do the work, same way that we have with some of the swathers that we've got. Yes, they're old, and we're going through them. Maintenance was never on the upkeep when we had purchased this ranch, when the nation had purchased this. So now we're going through, because in 2020, we didn't use any of the equipment. So when we started in hay production, we saw all of these things. We had to make repairs so that we could produce our winter supplemental feed. The solar pumps are the upgrades to the water wells. We have 23 wells on Wolf Springs. We have about 10 or 12 on the Boyer, and they're all windmills. They're all solar pumps, or the pumps are outdated. We can't get parts for them. We pulled some and found out they don't make them anymore, and so now we're upgrading to the solar pumps and being able to produce the water in more effective, efficient manner. And the trucks as well, that's used on a daily basis to get from point A to point B back to the hay fields, moving all of our equipment around. And the ATVs that we had put in, the UTVs were a way that we minimize expenses and damages to the vehicles, and we be more productive in getting around the ranch without tearing up the vehicles. Those were the ones that were considered, and then all of this discussion happened when leadership was here at the ranch, and we discussed and looked at all of these efforts, and some of these were recommendations of the delegates who had looked at purchasing equipment. It was going to be a good buy in the long term. We're not going to have to be doing this again. And so those were recommendations that came from the delegates who were here. And the cultural values in the home as well came from delegates to sit back and say, you know, this become the Navajo Nation. How do we do and use some of these things from a cultural standpoint, have a hogan available, do ceremonies, do some of the things we have, since the Snatchin is right here. And so that was part of that. That was recommendations from for inclusion into this budget. The apartment and the upgrade or upkeep in the apartment was part of some of the ideas that we had as far as students, upgrading it, fixing it so we could have students, we could have universities. We're working with Colorado State University and University of Wyoming to help us do additional management and research work here. So I think that was part of the things that were included into this as well. Now, I'd like to also talk a little bit of what questions were brought up by Honorable Slater and ideas and thoughts. We are looking at a 5-year strategic plan. We are looking at new and maximizing use of the ranch through other programs, and the cow-calf operation being one of them, hunting being the other. The gravel royalties that we see currently as revenues being generated, but we're also looking at the equine facilities. We're looking at meat program. We've got, those are some additions that we're looking at adding to this. But again, those are the reinvestments of the revenues that are made and that come back in to the development, maximizing enterprises operations here on the ranch. Thank you.
Question.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam, for those answers. Appreciate it. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, Vice Chair Smith. Moving on down. You have
Question
a
of privilege, Delegate James.
calling in
Point
the
of
queue, so actually we're on the reserve time. So question of privilege, Honorable James.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the response. In regards to painting service for 6 ranch cabins at $9,250, can you explain to me on how that coincides with drought mitigation? Thank you.
Just picking up off a question that was asked earlier in response. So I'll go back to Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you again, Speaker of the Nomination Council, and Ash for asking that question on behalf of the question of privilege. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to the agent, Sam.
Thank you. As I had mentioned earlier, some of these things came in as we were having discussions and tours of the ranch, looking at facilities. There was lengthy discussions on what to do, what not to do, I guess, and what we can put into here. And again, those were recommendations that were put in. I think in terms of the protection of the investment, that was some of the discussions that were held as part of this. You know, this is a protection of the investment of the Navajo Nation. And again, it ties back into the potential of future operations, equine places for people to have the hospitality, I guess, and that's how that came into being part of this, the budget. But, you know, we do have workers that we got plans coming up on contracts, so we do use some homes for the people that are staying here. We have visitors coming that are staying, but again, that's pretty much the extent of just maintaining and protecting the assets of the Navajo Nation. That was included into that. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Sam. Back to Speaker.
Thank you very much. That continuing on down.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Chairman Daniel. So.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to ask Legislative Council, based on Mr. Dishwood's response and questions related to site improvement, would the legislation be properly amended to include drought mitigation and repair and maintenance of ranch facilities? Would that be the proper title of this particular legislation? That would be my question to Legislative Council. Thank you.
That go to Miss Barbara, Officers Council.
Thank you. Ms. Khan drafted this legislation, but I don't think she's for sure on the line or able to speak, so I'm going to speak for her, and I apologize for that, Mariana. So I think it probably, as far as Delegate So's question goes, I think that probably what he's suggesting is more reflective than the term drought mitigation. So yeah, it can certainly be changed, and is probably a better representation of the legislation. And we can prepare an amendment if you would like, although I would, because we have static on this side of the line, I would like Delegate so just to shoot me a text or an email saying exactly what he believes it should say. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, moving on down. Honorable Elmer Brigade, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. I can't hear you.
I waive my time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Elmer Brigade. That, moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 3 minutes, 27 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Yakoto, Gloria Tom, Kato, the never caught none of because I don't that Mr. Sanders, thank you very much for bringing this legislation, and also a lot of thanks to Mr. Raymond Smith Jr. Thank you very much, and co-sponsor Marty Freeland. Ahora tahot ego iya bahasnegi ta ahot area supportish indo becases indo dok iji besazanti kajiki akotara bananas the kabata see we skin this legislation. Let's move on and cease debate. I request that it is the time now. Speaker, thank you very much. With respect, yeah.
Thank
Don't
you.
waste my time too.
Nope. Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. That, moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 33 seconds. I hear you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and move forward to cease debate. Yeah, that's my motion. And waive my time.
Thank you very much. The motion to cease debate on legislation 0252-21 by Honorable Otto
Speaker,
So.
Delegate Daniel So.
With that, Chairman Daniel So, I can.
I text at the Legislative Council's request. I text or email an amendment to basically change the title of the legislation, appropriating funds.
Chairman Daniel, so are you on a point of privilege, or you're just?
Yes.
Are you on a point of order, or what are you?
Whatever applies, because I feel like, again, drought mitigation isn't the real purpose. to repair and maintain and make improvements
Okay.
to the ranch property.
There was a point of privilege, honorable, or if it was a point of order, Chairman, you would be able to make that motion on an amendment when you have your allotted time. Unfortunately, Chairman, you don't have any more time at this time. But if one of your colleagues could have made that, but as of right now, I'm considering to recognize a motion to cease debate. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, what did you say? Something?
Yes, Speaker. I was actually trying to call a point of order because I wanted to know what Chair So was going to be calling, because you were looking at the cease debate and then there was an interruption done. So I wanted to ask the same question that you asked, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. That Honorable Otto, so considering your question or cease debate motion, there are 6 individuals in favor, 4 that are opposed, and 5 that have not stated. So colleagues, I mean, on this motion. And we have been debating this motion on legislation 0252-21 for 3 hours. So with that, Honorable Otto, so on a motion cease debate, I will recognize it at this time. With that, is there a second? Honorable Halona. That colleagues on a motion to cease debate, what was the last vote? $20. So if there is 20 individuals or 20 colleagues voting, you would need 14. So motion cease debate. 2/3 of the voting body. With that, go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canaz Bacardi is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I vote green. Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Tam votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 2 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much with that. Colleagues, on a motion to cease debate with a vote of 18 in favor, 2 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, on legislation 0252-21. Let's go to the board on the main motion. This is a simple majority legislation, colleagues.
Honorable Almar Begay. Honorable Almar Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canes Barcati is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Herman Daniels Jr. votes green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Parnell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hen.
Amy votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henya votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
This one? Yeah.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delta Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 15 in favor, 5 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much with that, colleagues on legislation 0252-21 with a vote of 15 in favor, 5 opposed, and chair or speaker not voting. Motion carries. That legislation, colleagues, was a 2/3 or was simple majority legislation because it's a UUFB legislation and appropriation. Final authority is that
Speaker.
the is across the street at the president's desk. That, colleagues, I want to go to first Honorable Eugene So, and then Honorable Slater, and then Honorable Otto So. Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker, can I call a point of privilege? Can I be recognized?
There's a point of privilege, and then there's a motion to recess. Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Zoon.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm raising Rule 16, point of privilege B. Any council delegate may raise a point of privilege to receive additional comments from the sponsor, raise the safety of the council, to maintain F among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Speaker, earlier there was a comment made, and I feel as if the comment that was made was profanity that was used here on the floor of council. The statement, what?
Madam Chair, hold on real quick. There's staff, somebody else is in the background. There's somebody not muted. It seems like they're driving with their kids in the vehicle or something. There you go, Madam Chair, Charles Zoon. Point of privilege.
Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you, Speaker. This point of privilege is specifically to maintaining care among and between all members of council and the public, and to maintain the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. I really should have called a point of order at that time, but I had to verify that I heard correctly. There was a statement made by a male delegate on the floor of what the hell was that sound? And so in my raising, Speaker, using the term hell is a profanity, especially in that sense. And that was, I don't know if it was directed towards a staff member, which I think is unfortunate, because we shouldn't be talking to our staff members in that tone or in that manner. And so I did go around and I did speak to some people to find out if I heard that correctly, and that was heard. And so there are statements that are often made by delegates off the record, which is really unfortunate, because those kind of statements should not be happening on council floor. And most importantly, it should not be happening in front of a woman. Now, I understand that I am the only female delegate on the floor at this point, but there is no reason to talk that way. And again, there's no reason to talk that way to staff. I apologize to the staff member, even though I didn't say that, but I think that we need to understand that our staff work hard for us each and every day. And oftentimes they are mistreated. And it's really just sad that that's the way that we treat our staff. So I want to call that point of privilege at this time and remind my colleagues that there is no need for that kind of language, and there's certainly no need for treating our staff in that manner, especially when council is going on. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I will work with Chief of Staff and respond. I think that if there was any kind of issue regarding a personnel matter in that form, I will definitely follow up with Chief of Staff, and she'll look into that information and ask that staff member if there was any comments or anything that they feel threatened, or if they feel that they have been degraded in some way. I will work with Chief of Staff on that, getting that information together. Thank you for bringing that to the attention of the floor. With that, colleagues, I'm going now on to recognizing Honorable Eugene So's motion to adjourn or recess. And the motion to recess is at 6:58 p.m. by Honorable Eugene So. Is that what I said? I did say Eugene So, right? Yeah, I did. By Honorable Eugene So at 6:58 p.m. Is there a second?
Yellow hair.
By Honorable Wilson Stewart. That, colleagues, motion adjourned. Let's go to board. We'll motion or recess. If this does pass, colleagues, we will be back in the chambers and on the via teleconference at 10 a.m.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is excused. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canez Barcati is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Dan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable
Winika
Jimmy
votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Going back up, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 15 in favor, 5 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Oh, shoot. Thank you very much for the vote of 15 in favor, 5 opposed. Motion carries on. Motion to recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow, colleagues. Colleagues, we are officially in recess at this time. I just want to, just for an announcement, as we know, we usually have recognitions on Wednesdays, but unfortunately, with everything going on, we moved that to Thursday now. So tomorrow morning, colleagues, starting at 8:30, there is recognitions. I have recognitions by Honorable Daniel So, Chairman Daniel So, Madam Chair Karate, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Eugene So, and Honorable Vice Chair Slater. So with that, colleagues, we have those recognitions tomorrow before council starts back up again at 10 a.m. So with that, colleagues, tomorrow's Wear Black Day. I got that memo too early.